the U.S. Open.
Yeah,
was
no,
starting.
it's not true. I'm here today. I don't know what I mean. I really blew this one. I should have stayed home all day yesterday and watched the carnage at Oakmont. But no, I'm here. Maybe I wanted to stay home and just prepare myself for the Mariner game yesterday. You never know, Maura. I mean, there's a lot to do early in the morning when you're getting ready. Anyway, I am feeling better, so I'm sorry I missed you guys yesterday. I would have had a lot to say. I don't know that the world is that much different today, other than, the Mariners have lost another game. And, I mean, you got to at least appreciate the irony of Eugenio Suarez. I mean, you got to at least appreciate the fact that if anyone was going to send them to a sweep in Arizona, that it was Eugenio Suarez. I mean, like, baseball's magic like that. Right? Dominic Canzone gets called up and hits a 2-run home run against his former team. Magic. Cole Young gets called up, finds a way in that game to just dink a little single in front of the plate. Not even a single, it's a fielder's choice, but it wins him the game exactly the same way he had the night before in AAA. That's just baseball magic.
I mean, if you want to go back a few years, I think the ultimate one is Abe Toro off Kendall Graveman.
It's one of the most incredible things I've ever seen. Seriously. Abe Toro hitting a home run off of Kendall Graveman, not a home run, a grand slam to win that game is baseball magic. I mean, you can't, if you write that in movie studios, no. Sorry, that's ridiculous. There's no way Abe Toro hit it. No, stop it. But Eugenio Suarez hit a grand slam yesterday. I don't know what you do but laugh. I mean, that's hysterical. That is objectively hilarious that Gino Suarez hit a grand slam yesterday. So I guess I don't know what to do other than laugh. I'm sorry. I'll tell you what we're going to do over the course of the day. I got a ton of facts. We got questions. We're going to hear from you guys at 8:30. Baseball has a way of taking you to the brink before bringing you back. It's true. We've talked about it before. The highest highs are never as high as they're supposed to be. The lowest lows are never as low. Today sure feels like a nadir, like a low point. The numbers are brutal. 11-20 now in your last 31 games. The team is below 500 for the season. They're 4 games back. I'll tell you the one that shocked me. They're tied with the Angels. They're tied with the Angels. What? A lot of the teams that you've been talking, the Mariners are supposed to be buying while the Diamondbacks are selling. The Mariners have a worse record than the Diamondbacks. So this is we're going to give you a lot of facts today, and I'll ask some questions. And, you guys can kind of give your own take on where you think the team is at and what they need to do next, probably more importantly. I don't have a good answer to that. I wish that I could come in a couple weeks ago. It's all right, Friday, action day, right? Let's go. What does the team do? Today's a day for action. Off days are action days. Well, today's an off day. Does it feel like an action day? Does there feel like there's a move to be made that's going to change things? I don't think so. You think bringing up Harry Ford is going to change? I mean, look, they called up Cole Young. He hasn't been bad, but he hasn't changed things. You call up Dominic Canzone. He hits a huge home run. You still lose. And by the way, I think you saw the rest of the Canzone story over the next 2 days. He's not fast enough to play right field for this team. Twice he's not able to get to a ball that I think a better right fielder gets to, and it costs the team. I'm not killing Dominic Canzone. He seems like an awesome guy, and he's not here for his glove. But if the team is supposed to be built on speed and athleticism and all that, well, he doesn't provide those things. That's not who he is. That's why I've always felt like he's an awkward fit for this team. And if anything, here's my hope for the last couple days. I hope Dominic Canzone's home run, 450-foot bomb to right, I hope that convinces some other team, hey, I'd love some Dominic Canzone. Because when Luke Raley comes back, there's not really room for Dom Canzone. Right? He didn't really fit on this roster. So my assumption is that he's not going to be here after another couple of weeks when Luke Raley returns. And I do think Luke Raley helps. I really do. I think if there's one guy that you could add back to this team, it's Luke Raley. He does all the things they want to do. Hits for power, runs the bases, plays good defense in right field. As much as, I mean, look, obviously they miss Robles and all that, but like Luke Raley, honestly, I think would help the team right now more than anything else they could possibly do. Because it's too early to, I mean, look, you could say to the Orioles, hey, we want Ryan O'Hearn. You know what the Orioles say? No, not yet. Because I want to see who else is going to be interested over the next month and a half. Unless you really want to overpay, and I don't think they should do that. You think they're going to turn around and ask the Diamondbacks for Josh Naylor? Diamondbacks are going to be like, well, we just swept you. Are you sure? Like, we might put ourselves back into a wild card spot. I mean, they're in a tough division, so they may be viewing the world through a different metric. But, we'll ask you guys, what's the action you would want to see today on what is an off day for a team that is tumbling at the moment? Now, again, careful with baseball. I've said it many times. Careful with this game. A couple weeks ago, we were all there, myself included. Donovan Solano has the worst OPS ever. Like, there's no way this guy can be here. Donovan Solano, since then, has been like the second or third best hitter on the team. He's been awesome. Great at bats, going the other way with some pop, hit a home run yesterday. Like, you want to get rid of Donovan Solano right now? You can't. You can't afford to. He might be your third best hitter. So careful, right? You make a decision based on a small sample size. The problem here for the Mariners, this isn't a small sample size now. Like, this is more than half their season, right? This isn't a small sample. And they've not been playing good baseball for over a month. Right? We're now at June 12th. 3-6-0. Listen to what you're saying. Luke Raley is going to turn this thing around? Luke Raley? Good player, not a turnaround player. You're right about that. I get that. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to make it sound as if Luke Raley was the savior that was going to come back and lead them to the promised land. I'm sorry if it came off that way.
No, but we've seen guys provide a spark before.
Yeah, he's the type of they could use Luke Raley is really all I'm trying to say. I'm not saying that's the reason they're losing or that getting Luke Raley back instantly turns them into a contender again. Just that, honestly, I do think they're missing Luke Raley in their lineup probably more than anything else. And they're going to get Logan Gilbert back this week as well. And, Logan's their ace. He started opening day. So there are a couple of things on the horizon that I think will help the team. Maybe Luke's ready to go. I don't know. He hasn't done rehab starts yet, has he?
Not yet. I think it's supposed to happen in the next few days or so. But to be fair, yeah, like the thing about Luke Raley, and there's a few guys like this on the roster, right? Randy's like it. Julio certainly like it, that when he gets hot, he gets red hot.
Right.
So if he comes back and has a streak like that, it makes a big difference.
It does. And again, I'm not sitting here telling you like, oh, Luke Raley comes back and this team's going to, I don't know what's going to happen. But I think it's fair to say that Luke is the type of player that they need right now. If Luke was available in a trade and he was healthy, you'd trade for him and be like, yep, that would be a really good fit for this roster. But yes, you're right. It's not, you're not bringing in Aaron Judge. You're bringing in Luke Raley. That's a very fair point. Totally get that. Anyway, there is one piece of good news. For all of the sort of challenges around this, there is one thing. Seriously, I'm not joking. There is one thing that happened with the Mariners yesterday that I thought was awesome, that I thought was incredibly important, and I hope will have a lasting effect. And you'll hear it in Need to Know next. It's Brock and Salk, Seattle Sports on 710.
Bump and Stacy.
Joined right now by Seahawks wide receiver Cooper Kupp, which still feels kind of weird for me to say. Does it feel weird to hear still?
Yeah, I'm getting used to it.
How would you describe this group as far as the potential of this squad?
I think the thing that's really cool is we got guys that can do everything. Hey, I can be involved in the run game. I can be involved in the third level of the defense. I can attack. So like, when you have guys that can do everything, makes it really cool to be able to move guys around and be able to say, hey, look, you don't know where it's going to be coming from.
Bump and Stacy. Weekdays 10 to 2 on Seattle Sports. The app, YouTube, and your smart speaker.
Business leaders know to solve a problem, you gotta look at it in a new way. Like travel between Seattle and Portland. Why is it such a pain? I-5 traffic, TSA slowdowns, SeaTac hassles. Seaport removes those pain points. We fly out of Boeing Field and a private terminal at PDX. You park for free, steps away from your plane. And with flights every 45 minutes, you're always home for dinner. Problem solved. Seaport Airlines. It's about time.
Progressive knows road trips without your pet can be tough.
Hi, this is Next Stop Dog Boarding.
Hi, it's Scott again. How's Squeaks doing? You can tell if he's stressed by his eyebrows. Oh, and his breathing should sound like this.
Scott, Squeaks is exactly the same as last time you called.
Okay, let's talk in 20 to see if anything's changed.
With Progressive, your pet is covered up to $1,000 in vet bills in case of a car accident. So next time, you can take your pet with you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states. Coverage for dogs and cats is included with the purchase of collision coverage and subject to policy terms.
There's nothing like when you get that part from eBay and it just fits. Yeah, the first time. So you can do less of this and get right back to more of this. At eBay, you'll find all the parts you need, guaranteed to fit, at prices you'll love. Sounds good, doesn't it? eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
This is Secret Clinical dominating extra stinky stress sweat. And this is regular deodorant. Secret Clinical in a heat wave. Oh, what a beautiful day. This is regular deodorant. Ugh, I can't. Secret Clinical with workout sweat. Let's run another marathon. And regular deodorant. How much more? Secret is the GOAT because nothing fights sweat better. Stay fresher under pressure.
Need assistance with door and window projects? The Home Depot can help. From inspiration and materials to ordering and installation, our free millwork virtual apron service can get you moving and doing. Plus, we speak Spanish too. Our associates can help you tackle complex jobs without you leaving the job site, saving you time and money. Call us at 1-833-HD-APRON or visit homedepot.com/MVA. The Home Depot, how doers get more done.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game.
The home of the Mariners.
It is gone! Cal Raleigh, 2-run home run!
Hear every pitch on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
We meet by accident, fixing every last bit, accurate auto body.
If you've been in an auto accident, you have the right to take your vehicle to any repair facility. Accurate Auto Body has been family owned and operated since 1994, and they work for you, not your insurance company. Your insurance company may not love them, but you will, because
we meet by accident, fixing every last bit, accurate auto body.
When businesses thrive, communities score. That's why Bank of America is the official bank of FIFA Club World Cup here in Seattle. And our more than 95 local business specialists are ready to help your business win. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA Club World Cup 2025. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
Calling all contractors and equipment operators. The James G. Murphy Auction Company rolls out this month one of the biggest heavy equipment auctions of the summer. On the block, find an incredible collection of heavy equipment, contractors' equipment, and vehicles, like a 2004 John Deere 400C rock truck, a 2010 John Deere 450D LC excavator, a 2001 John Deere 650H LT dozer, and a 2014 Kenworth T800. In contractors' equipment, we have attachments, live edge and dimensional lumber, contractor tools, even a wheel wash system, and much more up for bid. Whether you're building roads, moving earth, or running a construction outfit, we got what you need. Bidding is underway now and closes at 10 a.m. June 19th. Preview all items June 17th and 18th from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. at our location in Marysville, 3803 136th Street Northeast. For pictures and details of all items, visit murphyauction.com. That's murphyauction.com.
This hour is brought to you by Community Transit.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Let's start here with a big ol' yikes. Yes, there's a big yikes to be had. The Mariners appear to be in, I think, what you would call free fall. I'm not sure what gets them out of it right now. They were swept out of Arizona. They were outscored 23-9 in the process. Not good. 3 runs per game, obviously not enough, but especially if you're going to give up nearly 8 per game. Oof, yeah, there were all kinds of issues. They've now lost 8 of their last 9 games. Despite a few key hitters who've actually started to get hot, Julio had 7 hits in the series. Arozarena's been on fire. It just hasn't translated with runners in scoring position, nor to the bottom of the order. And so you end up with what you had yesterday. Brian Wu, okay, at least until the 6th inning, and then it got away from him a little bit. And that led to our old friend, Eugenio Suarez, doing the damage.
He's ready, delivers. Swung on, crossed, left center field. This is way back. It's way back and gone. Eugenio Suarez, a grand slam. And with one swing, Arizona has the lead 4-2 here in the 6th.
Yeah, they would tack on another solo shot a few minutes after that, and that was enough for a lineup that just has not been generating nearly enough offense. Dan Wilson.
Yeah, rough way to lose it today. Rough stretch for sure. This has been a tough one. Time to regroup. Take a day tomorrow and be ready to come back Friday back at home. This is a team, as we've said before, has been resilient. They do what they have to do to bounce back, and that's what we're going to have to do starting on Friday.
They sure are, because this thing has reached a low point, as I said. Losers of 8 of 9 games, and now 11 and 20 over the course of the last month plus. Just a major, major free fall for the team. I said that there was one piece of good news, and I do think this matters. It's a small thing, but I will give some credit here. After the game, you know who spoke to reporters? Julio Rodriguez, and I appreciate that. It was a day that feels about as low as it can get, being swept out of a mediocre city like Arizona. I guess that's a state, but you get my point. And Julio Rodriguez speaks.
Man, I feel like everybody understands, I feel like, if we need to talk about something, we talk about it and we keep moving forward. I feel like, we stay pretty on top of what's happening, stay in the moment. We don't let things build up like that, and that's why I say we're pretty even keeled. It's not like we're giggly and stuff about it. We know that we gotta win games, and that's the bottom line. But this is just a stretch that we're at.
I appreciate that. Big day off today, and then home for 6. Guardians and Red Sox coming in. Luis Castillo should throw tomorrow. Logan Gilbert, I think, will likely be back on Monday against Boston.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
Full attendance for mandatory minicamp, including Lyle and Maura, who were both out there yesterday. I want to hear what they saw, but by all accounts, great success. Indeed, the veterans aren't going to be back out on the field until the start of training camp, which was just announced as July 23rd. Mike McDonald, happy with his group.
Yeah, you try to put it in perspective. The feeling you want coming out, going into the whole offseason program, we wanted to be tough and connected. I think we're on our way to being tough. We haven't had to prove it yet with pads on, but definitely feel like we're a connected group. I think we've made a lot of strides confidence-wise in the schemes that we're running and understand what's expected and how we roll here in general. So really excited about this group. They're a lot of fun to coach. I think I speak for the whole coaching staff when I say that. And yeah, it's good that we're going into a break here so we can kind of regather and take a breath and then kind of recalibrate going into camp. But I'll tell you what, I think I speak for the whole team. We're really excited to get this thing going, starting a training camp.
Yeah, so I appreciate that. I like the way he phrases that. It's too early to tell if the team is tough, but connected, Yeah, you can start to feel and build some of that. Leonard Williams talked about it. Charles Cross has talked about it. Anybody see the video of the rookies that, Lyle, you sent that over to me? It was great. I got a little chuckle out of that. The rookies getting hazed at a restaurant and singing and dancing, putting on skits, and I thought that was pretty cool to see. Yeah, the connection part of it is a big thing that you can build now. I also like to hear this about Jalen Milroe.
Man, a lot of growth. The whole team's growing. Shoot, I'm growing. You just you see the poise, like the fundamental stuff, what we're asking with footwork and timing and reads. I'd actually just said him today on routes on air. I was like, man, how much different does it feel right now compared to 2 months ago? And gave me a big smile. I was just like, man, I just feel great, but you don't just do that just by showing up every day. You got to be really intentional, and we're on record with his work ethic and stuff, and that's really impressive. So he's earned kind of that feeling of confidence right now. He's earned that feeling going into the summer.
I mean, that's good, because I think one of the goals is to get that guy out on the field in some capacity this year, maybe not as the starting quarterback, but out on the field and a part of the offense in certain situations. So like to hear that about Jalen Milroe.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
9-point lead, they get it in. J-Dub fires from 40, no good. And the Pacers hang on. They beat Oklahoma City 116-107 and have grabbed a 2-games-to-1 lead in the NBA Finals against the best team in the NBA all season long.
How about that? Indiana has put the NBA Finals on upset watch. They take Game 3 and a 2-1 lead in the series. 22 points from Tyrese Halliburton, 49 total off the bench. I watched a bunch of that game yesterday. I was entertained. First time I've said that about an NBA game in, honestly, I think more than a decade. More than that, probably. Close to 20 years. I'm being serious. I enjoyed it. And people will go, where you been? Like, dude, I try. Like, once or twice a year, I try to watch, and I'm always like, nope, still crappy. I thought those two teams were hustling. They were playing hard. There was cool offense, great defense. I enjoyed it last night. What can I tell you? Stanley Cup, I know I'll be enjoying that. Game 4 tonight, Florida up 2-1. And, U.S. Open started early this morning from Oakmont in Pennsylvania. It's too early to even really give you guys scores. All I'll say is a lot of guys are over par. Not everyone, but a lot of guys are over par. But J.J. Spawn is in the lead. He's 3 under. And Rory, with a good start, he's 2 under, along with a whole host of others. That is everything you need to know. 4:15 every hour here on the Brock and Salk Show. As I said, today's going to be a day. I got a lot of facts and figures for you guys today, and they tell quite the story. How's that? What are you chuckling about in there?
If you want one fun fact, because I think a lot of the ones we'll get to today maybe aren't as fun.
Yeah.
Do you want Donovan Solano's updated numbers in the last month?
I do.
He's hitting 290. His OPS is 791. His WRC plus is 135. And he's striking out 14% of the time.
Those are tremendous numbers.
Yeah, like for the people that are going to keep getting mad at Donovan Solano, like, sorry, he's not going anywhere at
He's
this
been
point.
good.
Yeah.
He's been pretty darn good.
He has.
Donovan Solano, by the way, can hit right-handers. He doesn't need to be a platoon guy. Like, if you want to play him more often, you can. He's never been a platoon player. So, I don't know. If he's starting to see the ball well, maybe you got to start playing him a little bit more. All right, Lyle, Maura, you guys were out there yesterday, and I do want to hear from you guys. It's hard because our whole day is kind of built into various segments and stuff already, but I would like to hear a little bit from you guys later in the show about what you saw at minicamp yesterday. Lyle, I know it was your first time out there. I'm curious about just sort of the broad point of view, so we'll get to some of that. Up next, though, we'll go back to some football with Chase Daniel, who joined you guys yesterday, and I'm anxious to hear it myself. It's next on Brock and Salk.
Wyman and Bob, afternoons 2 to 7.
Chance to catch up with Bryce Miller. Appreciated your candor. You were coming out going, man, I haven't felt good. I don't feel good. Was it starting to become a mental thing where you're trying to compensate?
It's a tough game. It's a tough league, whenever you feel good. And you're not always going to feel 100% throughout a season, but it was just, I think I had 8 starts, and all 8, there wasn't a single start where I felt 90%.
Dave Wyman and Bob Stelton, afternoons 2 to 7 on Seattle Sports, the app, YouTube, and your smart speaker.
All right, guys, we're getting real close. This August, luxury, awaits at Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel. So book now for an unforgettable summer experience. You got to go to snocasino.com to do so, because Seattle's closest is now Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel. The hotel's going to be sweet. Big, expanded gaming floor that's non-smoking. How about that? And then, of course, the new food venues, restaurants, big destination spa, the huge 2,000-seat entertainment space and convention center. It's going to be awesome, man. Again, go to snocasino.com. Seattle's closest. It's now Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel.
At Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton, experience the power of choice. Whether you're cruising in a fuel-sipping Prius, tackling trails in a rugged Tacoma, hauling with the mighty Tundra, or commuting in comfort with the Camry or RAV4, your perfect Toyota is waiting. Whether you're in the north or the south, they've got you covered. 2 locations, endless possibilities. Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton, the power of choice is yours. Visit their incredible team and beautiful showrooms today, or online at toyotaofkirkland.com and toyotaofrenton.com.
O'Brien. Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
How can you free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business. Smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast so they can focus on strategy and growth. Free up your teams and focus on your future. Learn more at amazonbusiness.com.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Evan Cohen here. It's time to turn things up a notch. This summer, don't binge watch shows, binge s'mores by the campfire. Press pause on the podcast and press play on the warm weather vibes. Here's your chance to win $10,000 for your ultimate summer. What are you waiting for? Take your shot with 5 Hour Energy and make this summer your best summer ever. Visit 5heshot.com for full details and rules, and to enter today. No purchase necessary. Ends June 30th, 2025.
This just in, the NFL schedule has dropped, and you know what that means. It's go time. Adam Schefter here with the Insider Tip. If you're trying to catch your team live this season, Vivid Seats is the move. For the best selection of games and seats, it's time to snap your tickets up now. Vivid Seats has great deals on great seats and the only rewards program in the game. It's no wonder they're the official ticketing partner of ESPN. So don't wait. Head to vividseats.com or download the app and lock in those game days.
G. Scott here with former Seahawks Cliff Averill and Doug Baldwin. I heard you guys are having a celebrity pickleball tournament to raise money for Nourishing Champions. Why pickleball?
Obviously, it's a growing sport, but also this model is that we will actually be playing with community.
We are the most competitive people, so regardless of how sorry Doug might be, he will be out there competing like it's a Super Bowl.
Sign up for the Celebrity Pickleball Tournament, open to all skill levels. For details, go to championsofchangefoundation.org/pickleball.
Heading outdoors or on the water this weekend? Check in with Joey and Nelly on the Outdoor Line from 6 to 8 a.m. every Saturday on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
Need a new roof but not in the budget? A new roof doesn't have to break the bank. Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors here. Right now, State Roofing and Exteriors is offering 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for up to 24 months. That's 2 years with no payments while getting the protection your home deserves. But this offer won't last forever. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com today to get on our summer schedule now. State Roofing and Exteriors, held to a higher standard since 1968.
I'm attorney Rob Iddens, proud Marine Corps veteran and owner of Warrior Injury Law. We help all types of injury victims like Sean, who was rear-ended in a car accident.
They're just easy to work with. They're fast. I like the fact that he had military service. I can see a lot of Marine in Rob. He's very in charge, really gets things done. But I didn't have to do anything. He offered me a settlement, had a number in my head was nearly double that. I would refer absolutely anybody to Rob.
If you've been injured, call us at 253-WARRIOR. Warrior Injury Law. Battle tested.
Eddie's!
LeeJohnson.com is a dynamic research tool.
We want to give the customer enough information to where they don't have to go anywhere else to research any of the questions they have. And if they want more information, we'd love to be there to help. We don't want them to feel like they're dependent on emailing us or texting us or calling us just to get the information they need. So we put it all out there. We call them digital retailing tools, big fancy calculators where you can get in there and change the terms and change the payments and change the cash down. And it'll give you a disclosure of, hey, when you do this, this means here. And a consumer can get on there and do a lot of this themselves. And then if they choose to get us involved, we can actually get involved on the backside of it and help them along the way. We want to give the consumer the same tools that we have and let them understand what we understand.
Yup, that's pretty much what you'd expect. The LJ Way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
Brock and Salk's Rewind is presented by Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Well, I've been looking forward to this all morning. 14-year NFL vet, Chase Daniel, going to join us here in just a second. Chase and I worked a couple UFL games together, had a blast. I told him the only problem is now I got your number, and I'll probably bother you sometime to come on my morning radio show and talk a little bit of ball and quarterbacks and all that fun stuff. And now we're going to get a chance to as Chase Daniel joins us. Chase, I'll just start you with a super big softball, if that's all right. What do you remember about the Beastquake?
Dude, that's not a softball. That's a horrible, horrible memory for me.
Oh, is
I
it?
remember everything
really?
about it.
What do you mean?
Yes, God.
You were on the other sideline.
You're bringing up a scar, right? And it's not just from the Beastquake game. I've been a part of probably some of the most, famous playoff losses of all time, right? That started it in 2010. And then I was a part of the Minnesota Miracle. I was on the field on that game. I was on the field for the double doink game. I've been on the field for the first largest comeback, the largest comeback, and the second largest comeback in NFL playoff history, and been on the losing side of both. So thank you for bringing that up for me. I remember the stadium shaking, legitimately shaking. And I believe they were 7-9 and we were 11-5, and it was just not a good feeling at all.
All right, Chase, I will give you an actual softball here. This is Brady Henderson, by the way. I'm filling in. I cover the Seahawks for ESPN. I want to hear your just kind of a view from afar on the Seahawks and the moves that they made and what you think is a reasonable expectation for the Seahawks, given that, yeah, you've got a lot of continuity on defense, but you've got a whole new offense with a new coordinator, new quarterback, new receiver. What do you feel like is a reasonable expectation for the Seahawks this season?
Yeah, I mean, 10 wins. I think that's reasonable. I don't think that a lot of people outside of the Seattle area thought they'd win 10 games last year. And then they go and get rid of their best receiver, and their best quarterback, and fire their offensive. Just a lot of change, right? And I would say, you asked earlier in the question how I felt from afar. I felt shocked, surprised maybe, when all this stuff with Geno Smith went down. Look, I know he didn't play up to standard, I guess you would say, last year, but he struggled with that offensive line. And if you look at the stats and the nerd stats, and I'm not really into it, but he's one of the best quarterbacks versus like a muddy pocket that the NFL has seen. He's extremely accurate throwing the football. And then you go to Sam Darnold, and you pretty much, it's a 1-for-1 switch. And I know Sam, and I think he's going to have another good year. Goes back with Clint Kubiak, but he won 14 games last year. And if you look at Sam's really advanced stats around muddy and murky pockets, it's not great. He doesn't do well under pressure. So I think the key for the Seahawks offense, or one of them at least, would be, hey, can we get that offensive line healthy and to play a little bit to a higher standard? But I do like that, JSN, I think, is a stud. You go out, you get Cooper Kupp. And then also with Clint Kubiak, I think he's the wild card here. You look at what really New Orleans is doing maybe the first 4 or 5 games of the year when they were healthy last year. They put up 47 points against Dallas. He's very, very particular in how he likes his schemes, obviously the Shanahan style, and he knows Sam. So it was interesting to see that, and it was interesting to see sort of how when the details of Sam Darnold's contract came out, right, that it was really a one-year deal for $30-something million. I know there's a $100 million contract and stuff like this. So I don't want to say this is a prove-it year to Sam, but they did draft Jalen Miller on the third round.
Yeah, we're going to get to all of that. We're going to get to Kubiak, we're going to get to Jalen, a bunch of that. I want to play a cut yesterday. Mike McDonald, and I don't know if you ever went against him. You know, he's probably a position coach, you know, Chase. So I don't know if you ever went against that kind of scheme. But we've watched Mike kind of grow in his personality and in his communication. And he met with the press yesterday after their mini camp, and he was asked specifically, our own Brady Henderson asked him this question about Sam Darnold and just Sam's kind of leadership, his stuff to him. Here was Mike McDonald talking about Sam Darnold. I want you to react to it.
Yeah, he's got some stuff to him.
Does he?
Yeah.
Did that surprise you?
No. We went against him. We felt it. Yeah, the thing you love about Sam is he's just a dude, man. He's he's like one of the guys. There's a sense of he's one of the guys, so he's right there with him and all the things, but that's him. But there's some shit to him. Like he's like, don't mess with him. He's got that edge to him, that competitiveness, and the guys respect that. And he's him. He's not trying to be anybody else, and you got to respect that about him.
What do you know about him?
Yeah, I love it. I love how Sam's career is sort of trending upward. I mean, you look at the last Seattle quarterback, Geno Smith. I mean, he didn't get good or put in a scheme and to be successful until really later on in his career. And if you look what Sam did last year, people are like, oh, the head coach carried the best receiver in football carried look at the running back. Yeah, I get that, and I understand that. My pushback is you still have to go out there and you still have to make the throws. And you look at Sam's year last year and what he's bringing, and really I look at that Minnesota game in Seattle where down the stretch, man, at Seattle, this dude made some amazing throws. And so when you're a defensive coach, you're like, well, I want that on our team, right? And you sort of go out there and you get that. And it's always interesting, Brock, right? Like you've seen it, you've lived it. But when you have a quarterback that has a defensive head coach, it's always an interesting relationship, right? And I like the way that Mike is talking about Sam. And I say interesting because who knows how things are going down the stretch, what's going to happen, and how Mike handles it. But it's really good to hear Mike say that about him. And I would tend to agree. The interactions I've had with Sam have been great because he is just who he is. He's a California kid at heart, but he's a stone cold killer, man. And when he can throw the ball like he did last year, I mean, that's the reason he got that $100 million deal. It's for real.
Hey, Chase, I want to get back eventually to the leadership stuff, and I also want to get back to something that you just said there about what it's like playing for a defensive-minded head coach. But just sticking with Sam Darnold, I mean, we saw the 14 wins, as you mentioned, a whole lot of touchdown passes, the Pro Bowl. In your eyes, though, what was it at the end? What do you think caused, some of the struggles he had over, that final regular season game, and then obviously in the playoffs as well?
Yeah, it's really the 2-game stretch, right? Because they're half away from getting the 1 seed, and then the playoff game didn't go as well. When you're looking and really studying, I want to go back to the Detroit Lions game, right? I think it was week 18, and number 1 seed was on the line. There was stuff open, right? And Detroit did a really good job, I think, of that game of getting pressure to Sam Darnold quickly and with the front four. And like I mentioned earlier in the interview, that's one of the things that Sam struggles with. If he gets pressure on him early, it's not the same type of quarterback. Now he moves to get out of pressure and has made a lot of outside of the pocket plays. And I think that's what Detroit did. I mean, if you look, there's probably, and we broke this game down on our show at Fox, it was like 3 or 4 touchdowns, including a 2-point, I believe, that were open, 4th down. And if those are scored, it's a different game, it's a different thing. And people are always going to point to, oh, he's good in the regular season, he was great, but then when it mattered the most, right, there was some stuff to be left upon. He's never been put in a situation like that. If you look at his career, they've never really been a playoff team, any of the teams that he's been on, from Carolina to New York. So he's never had that situation. So that's a good thing, I think, if you're the Seahawks and say, hey, you need to grow from this because, yeah, you've been great. You're the franchise quarterback, all these right things. But when adversity hits and we need you to make plays in the most important part of the game, you have grown from that. You've been in this situation before.
Yeah, 14-year NFL vet Chase Daniel joining us now all over Fox Sports. Had a blast calling a couple of UFL games with him, one in an absolute monsoon just a couple weeks ago. Chase, you did mention earlier, and I know you did a ton of prep and have over the last couple of years leading up to the draft. And I don't think it is coincidence that maybe the last couple of games of Sam and maybe the structure of that contract, I don't think it was too crazy that the Seahawks, if they liked a quarterback, and they liked a few in this draft, found one at the right time, at the right place, right on their board, and they do it. And they take Jalen Milroe, the second highest drafted quarterback that John Schneider took here outside of Russell Wilson. That's it. In that third round. Give me Chase Daniel's pre-draft view of Jalen Milroe and the fit here in Seattle.
Yeah, great question. The pre-draft view was really raw, but probably one of the most talented, and I'm not just talking about throwing the football, but just overall freak of athletes guys I have really ever seen in my short 2 or 3, 4 years really evaluating college quarterbacks. And there's something to be said about that because here's the thing, Brock, and what I think of, like there was a lot of talk, and including on some of our shows, hey, he should be a first round. Is he a first round? Is he not? I never thought he was a first round talent in terms of throwing the football because he still needed to improve on that, right? But if you watch the Alabama games closely, when he plays on time and in rhythm, he's accurate. I think the one thing that I saw in his film was he would rarely get past his first read because he knew he was such a good athlete that he could escape the pocket and he could make plays with his feet. And that's why I love this pick in the third round. One, it doesn't put pressure on him to play right away, right? That's Sam. But I do believe he's going to get packaged. And I do believe if you're the Seahawks and you believe in developing quarterbacks, which is such an underused skill in today's day and age. But if you believe in that, one, he can help you right away and Clint Kubiak's team. I would imagine that you need to get this guy on the field 10 plays a game. And I'm not saying with Sam Darnold out, he just has to. He's that type of dynamic of a playmaker with the ball in his hand. You have to get him a shot. But it's similar to what we're seeing, Brock, right? And this whole NFL is you got to be able to run and you got to be able to get out of trouble. And if they think, which I do think they believe, they can fix his mechanics. If they fix his mechanics and look, you got to see it and you only get experience by playing. If all those things go right, this could end up being a really good pick for them.
And that's a perfect lead into my next question, Chase. I'm just wondering, from your experience from 14 years in the NFL, how fixable can accuracy issues be? I mean, it seems like, we've seen some quarterbacks who entered the NFL with accuracy questions, fair or not. We've seen those guys improve. Josh Allen is probably the best example of that. I think Lamar Jackson was not known as the most accurate passer in college. We've seen it a few times, but in your kind of experience and in your opinion, how fixable are accuracy issues?
Yeah, I mean, look at the other side of the spectrum too with Anthony Richardson, right? Career 50-something% passer, and I think he's completed 48% of his passes, right? So it all comes down to, why are you inaccurate? Are you inaccurate because you're not going to the right spot at the right time and windows are tight, or are you inaccurate because of mechanics? There's two types, right? Like Brock, and that's what it's hard to really explain, but I've seen him. It's not like he's this most inaccurate passer in the world. Like, we see way worse. Even Josh Allen was, like you said, you mentioned it was perfect. Now, it does take work. It does take a quarterback coach. It does take development. It does take playing and experience. But for all we know, it could have been he hated playing with the college ball. In the NFL ball, he's Aaron Rodgers. You just never know. And I think that's why part of this evaluation process is so important. I thought at times, personally, this is just my opinion, when he was inaccurate, he was rushed. He did not trust his reads, and it was mechanical. Those are type of things you can fix.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think I would tend to agree. And his completion percentage numbers, by the way, are like low to mid-60s. I mean, very, very different there. Yeah, which is totally fine. Chase Daniel here with us for the last couple minutes. What do you think of this Kubiak scheme?
Yeah, well, it puts defenses under pressure, and I think that's the biggest thing. Watching them and knowing people, and I was with New Orleans for 5 years, knowing people in the building and just what they said. When they're fully healthy, it's just you don't really know what to expect, and that's a good thing because so often, right, defenses are doing things maybe pre-snap and hiding and blitzing, and they got 6 up on the line. They're in a double A-gap mug, right, where there's 2 linebackers walked over both guards or B-gap, whatever it is. There's so many ways for defenses to blitz the offense and to make us second guess. Really good offenses in this league, they're not stagnant. And you use motions, you use shifts, you use personnel groupings, you use everything at your disposal, and that's what a Clinton Kubiak's scheme is. And just on top of that, just the creativity. So you look at the weapons he has and the success I believe he had early in the year in New Orleans, I think that's probably why Mike McDonald liked him.
And Chase, getting back to the leadership question, I'm curious, just again, from your perspective from playing in the NFL as long as you did, who were some of the best leaders at quarterback that you played with? Not, take talent aside, take, ability aside, just the best leaders. Who were some of the best leaders you played with at that position, and what truly makes a good leader as a quarterback?
Yeah, look, that's a great question. For me, it's just like a no-brainer. It's Drew Brees, right? And it's not only how he led, but it's when he led. And he never stopped leading. And he always led from the front, which I believe is what quarterbacks should do. If you're a lead by example guy, that's fine. If you're a lead by action guy, if you lead by words, whatever it is, I want to see my quarterback out in front. And it was just such all the small things, right? I think leadership's different for everyone. And I think that's the key with Drew is he knew how to talk to Marcus Colston differently than he talked to Jimmy Graham. Because Jimmy Graham, you could use a butt chewing in his face in front of the team, and he would respond that way. Whereas if you did it to Marcus Colston, a.k.a. the Quiet Storm, he would go in like it wouldn't be good. You have to pull him to the side, and there would be – he would talk to – he knew exactly the buttons to push. And I think for me that's true leadership. But also, at times, leadership can be lonely. He was cool being lonely. If he really believed, and he got the guys to believe in us, and we won a lot of games there. And that was something that I always admired because so many times I feel like in today's culture, people are scared to step out in the front. People are scared to maybe put themselves out there. Drew was never the case with that.
Hey, last question, and I'm going to steal it. Brady was going to ask you, but I'm going to ask you beforehand because we're going to let you run after this one. The difference between playing for an offensive-minded head coach, which you did the majority of your career, versus at the end of your career playing for a defensive-minded head coach, and in particular here for Sam, right, who's also had the gauntlet of both offense and defense. Just the difference between playing for head coaches with those different perspectives.
Yeah, look, I'm going to be completely honest here, and playing for an offensive-minded head coach as a quarterback, it's a lot better for the quarterback. The entire team, I think, mainly runs through the quarterback. When you have a head coach in your corner, maybe when stuff doesn't go right and has your back, that's really important. And we went through that with Andy Reid when Alex Smith, when we first got there, really wasn't playing up the par, stuck with him, was in his corner. And I've seen the opposite end of the spectrum where there's been some defensive head coaches when stuff goes awry and there's some vulnerabilities and there's some adversity that they start pointing fingers. And who do you think that, and I'm not saying this is Mike McDonald, but who do you think they're going to point the finger at? They're going to point the finger at the quarterback because we know, Brock, right? The quarterback, in my opinion, gets way, way too much credit when things go right and way too much blame when stuff goes wrong. And so those are what I have noticed mainly from the intricacies and from a deeper dive standpoint is that, hey, when stuff gets and whose job it is, a lot of times, and, Mike's not in this position, but a lot of times they're pointing fingers.
Oh, that's good stuff. You enjoying this, by the way? You enjoying your jump into the media world?
Yeah, it's been great. It's been fun. My wife told me, you're born for this. I said, born for what? Like media? She's like, you need to be in football the rest of your life. Like you have this.
And he's on his way home to his.
The next best thing was was this. So I've had a really, really good time with it. And I'd like to coach if I didn't have a family, but I just see what they have, and it's just tough. So I've enjoyed getting to stay a part of the game.
Well, I love it, and hopefully we can, Chase, as the season gets on and get going, hopefully we can bother you again. Keep rocking it with Rossini every morning as you're doing it. As more opportunities present themselves, and I'm sure an analyst role and whatever is ahead of you, just go knock it out of the park. It's been great getting to know you, and appreciate the time this morning, man.
Appreciate you, Brock.
Yeah, good stuff. I'm sorry I missed that yesterday. Would have liked to talk to Chase Daniel, but those guys handled it with a plum, and that was pretty cool. All right. We will be digging back into baseball here in about 10 minutes, but I would just take a moment. I might as well do this before Brock gets in because he probably won't have much to add. But I was bummed yesterday to hear of the passing of Brian Wilson from the Beach Boys. Not the first concert I ever saw, but the second concert I ever saw was the Beach Boys. They were already, kind of past their prime at that point. I was in, I want to say 5th grade when I saw them with a ton of other kids that I was friends with and their parents. My parents didn't go, so I had this incredible experience of being by myself at a huge concert at a place. It's called Great Woods at the time, but it's probably similar to White. What's the one down in Auburn?
White River?
White River, yes. It's sort of similar to that big amphitheater style. And it was unbelievable. And I saw Brian Wilson years later at the Hollywood Bowl. He was no longer the same guy at all. But he's a true musical genius, completely helped to change music, is the litany of hits. You could go on all day with just Beach Boys songs. I know Lyle's never heard of them, but still. I mean, you can go, this is probably their best song, but I love the song. This is probably my favorite Beach Boy songs. Shutdown. I love all their car songs for whatever reason, especially because I'm not really a car guy, but you got Shutdown, you got Little Deuce Coupe, the harmony, just everything they did was pretty incredible. They did Christmas music. Lyle, maybe you know this one. This one comes out every Christmas. No, nothing. He's got nothing.
All of their songs are pretty similar sounding.
Oh, yeah. No, of course. But there's cool harmony, and, they did all the surfing stuff. Catch a wave and you're sitting on top of the world. And then they had their big comeback with Kokomo. This was in the Cocktail movie. Tom Cruise. This one was in... covered California Girls when I was a kid, so that was kind of awesome. And then, I could go, as I said, I could go on all day with just Beach Boy songs, but for just a little finale, a little send-off, I could play Sloop John B, which is that might be my favorite Beach Boy song. I could go on for a while, I'm sorry. But I'll play this as a final goodbye to Brian Wilson. That's a really, really sweet song, Sail On Sailor, that probably fits the occasion as well as anything. So that is not a good enough tribute. We didn't have a lot of time. I have to do it before Brock gets here, but I just want to offer my love to Brian Wilson, who was one of the all-time greats in music history. All right, we'll come back and we'll discuss what's going on with this Mariner team. A lot of facts and a lot of problems. I think I've identified 4 or 5 of them. We'll go through it next on Brock and Salk.
For Down Territory, going inside the game with former Cougs and Seahawks wide receiver Michael Bumpus.
First down, what's something completely overblown at OTAs?
Interceptions. So when an interception is thrown, all people see is the end result. I don't think they realize that could have been a free play. He's tossing it up, or he's told just to throw the football so the defense gets a look. Kobe Bryant was over the top. Boom, he gets an interception. It can be deceiving at times.
For Down Territory, every day at 11:15 and 1:15 on Bump and Stacy.
Hey, baseball fans, Rick Riz here. I'm excited to introduce you to my good friend Keith Dashafy, owner of Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington. Keith?
Thanks, Rick. At Pella Windows and Doors, we pride ourselves on delivering top-quality windows and doors that enhance the beauty and energy efficiency of your home. Our products are built to last with innovative designs and exceptional craftsmanship. Whether you're looking to upgrade your windows or install new doors, Pella has you covered.
That's fantastic, Keith. Don't wait. Schedule your free appointment today at PellaPNW.com.
If you've been in a wreck or a fender bender,
you have the right to take your vehicle to any repair facility, not just where your insurance company tells you to go. Accurate Auto Body has been family owned and operated since 1994, and they work for you, not your insurance company. With over 25 years of auto repair work, they'll exceed your expectations.
we meet by accident, fixing every last bit. Accurate Auto Body.
At Accurate Auto Body, all their work is performed by certified technicians, only using OEM parts to guarantee the safety of you and your family. For the best in auto body collision repair and customer service, give them a call at 425-883-2450 or AccurateAutoBodyWA.com. Your insurance company may not love them, but you will, because
we meet by accident, fixing every last bit. Accurate Auto Body.
Calling all contractors and equipment operators. The James G. Murphy Auction Company rolls out this month one of the biggest heavy equipment auctions of the summer. On the block, find an incredible collection of heavy equipment, contractors' equipment, and vehicles, like a 2004 John Deere 400C rock truck, a 2010 John Deere 450D LC excavator, a 2001 John Deere 650H LT dozer, and a 2014 Kenworth T800. In contractors' equipment, we have attachments, live edge and dimensional lumber, contractor tools, even a wheel wash system, and much more up for bid. Whether you're building roads, moving earth, or running a construction outfit, we got what you need. Bidding is underway now and closes at 10 a.m. June 19th. Preview all items June 17th and 18th from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. at our location in Marysville, 3803 136th Street Northeast. For pictures and details of all items, visit murphyauction.com. That's murphyauction.com.
Summertime is Pacific Power Batteries time. Okay, maybe that's a stretch. But we do sell more batteries in the spring and summer because you folks are all out there doing stuff. Golf carting and boating and buzzing around on stuff that needs batteries. When's a good time? How about tomorrow? We're open 7 days a week to test any battery and let you know the honest answer. Summertime and the cranking is easy. Happy trails from Pacific Power Batteries.
The sun is shining. It's a beautiful day out for baseball here at T-Mobile Park.
Home. Home is where you gather. With friends. With family.
Ball to right field. It continues. Jorge Polanco.
Sometimes even folks you don't know. But in a way, you do. Because you share at least one thing in common. And one thing can be pretty powerful when it's multiplied by 40,000.
Everybody on their feet here at T-Mobile Park.
Mariners baseball. Welcome home.
Don't miss next week's showdown at T-Mobile Park between the Mariners and Red Sox. The boys from Beantown are visiting for a 3-game set, Monday, June 16th through Wednesday, June 18th. Catch Cal Raleigh and the crew as they take on the Red Sox in this marquee matchup. Lock in your seats now at mariners.com/tickets.
Need assistance with door and window projects? The Home Depot can help. From inspiration and materials to ordering and installation, our free Millwork virtual apron service can get you moving and doing. Plus, we speak Spanish too. Our associates can help you tackle complex jobs without you leaving the job site, saving you time and money. Call us at 1-833-HD-APRON or visit homedepot.com/MVA. The Home Depot, how doers get more done.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
This hour of the Brock and Salk Show is powered by Star Rentals, preferred supplier to the West's best contractors.
Give me a freaking auto!
Go! From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Heward and Matt Marcus. Sorry about just Mike.
Heward, not exactly Joe Cap there in the pocket.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
11 and 20. 11 and 20, Brock. 11 and 20 here in the last 31 games. Now a game below 500, 4 games back, tied. This was the one that that blew my mind. They're tied with the Angels today, the Mariners are, and they're actually closer to the Rangers than they are to the Astros. After a 1-5 road trip against 2 teams that were below 500, they've lost 8 of 9. We're going to go through some facts at 7:30, just some numbers, some facts, and they certainly tell a story. But those aren't opinions. Those are just the facts of where the team is at right now today.
Yeah, this is a rough stretch of baseball. This is kind of reminiscent of, and it's on a smaller scale because it was not as prolonged a strong start as you had last year when the Mariners were 14 games above 500, I believe, their high water mark. This is feeling like that kind of rut and stretch of baseball that you just can't get out of.
Well, because it's been 31 games. This isn't just the 8 of 9. This is a full 31 games full of problems, short of like a good little stretch against the Padres. I mean, thank God they swept the Padres, or you're having, an even worse conversation. But you had the 3-game sweep in San Diego, the 2 out of 3 that you win in Chicago. That's really, the only other series you've won in this stretch is Minnesota. They've lost every other series.
And that was razor thin. That was a back and forth series itself, and found ways to win it. And that's just kind of, I don't know. And maybe I'm totally projecting just life experience through the different years and different teams and different universities and different messagings. And that is, you're waiting for something bad to happen instead of excited for something good to happen.
And
just
it was the opposite in the first month of the season.
That's right. You were just like, they're going to find a way.
Yep.
Somebody's going to be a hero. Somebody's going to deliver. Cal's going to deliver. Dylan's going to deliver. Jorge's going to deliver. Julio's going to deliver. Randy's going to deliver. Somebody's going to deliver. They're going to find a way. Where you're just kind of excited, kind of waiting for good things to happen. And it was just eerily on display yesterday with, of course, the bases are going to get loaded, and of course, Woo's going to throw like the worst slider he's thrown in a month, and it's going to sit there right in the middle of the plate. And our old buddy's going to have good vibes, and we're going to have really, really, really.
I was
bad
saying
vibes.
earlier, that's just objectively hilarious that it was Geno Suarez that did it. Baseball has a way of bringing those things back around. We talked earlier about your favorite guy. Abe Toro hitting the grand slam off Kendall Graveman. Like, baseball just has a way, right? And of course, Eugenio Suarez would put you to 8 out of 9 losses with a grand slam yesterday. Okay, so we'll go through some more numbers and sort of figures here at 7:30. At 8:30, we'll open it up because today is an off day, which is often, again, an action day. What action would you want to see the team take on an off day today? But what's the problem? Why are they mired in such a big slump? And there is no one thing. There's a lot of options here, and I've got 4 or 5 to list, but I think you can go a lot farther. I know, Brock, you took a poll last night and wasn't at all surprised by the results coming in and saying that the roster was flawed more than anything else, that was the biggest problem. But let's look through it. I think you could say they're hitting the ball at times. Right. Yesterday, the last couple of days, this whole series, they put runners on base.
There was a lot of traffic. They were 5 of 40.
They had 32 hits in 3 games in Arizona.
Yeah, and with those 32 hits, they had runners in scoring position 40 different times to just do some damage. Remember Goldie as well, kind of in that start in April and into early May, where Goldie was like, it's just every inning or every game, they just kind of have a Eugenio add-on. They have a 3-run home run. They have a crooked number. They just kind of have that impactful inning that then sets the table for the rest of the game. They're not getting that. They're getting lots of traffic. They're just not getting that.
So what is that
hit,
about,
that
right?
inning.
32 hits in 3 games, but you only score 9 runs. I don't know exactly what to make of that. Maybe that's bad luck, right? Maybe that's just sort of the luck of baseball, that sometimes you get those hits, sometimes you don't, and you don't get to choose when the hits come. They just come when they come. And so the more hits you have, the better chance you have. But I think this has also been part of the argument for more of the 3 true outcome approach, because it's really hard to string together multiple hits in a row in the modern game, especially when pitchers bear down with runners in scoring position. And so you need those walks and power to offset the fact that there just aren't enough hits to be had in the modern game. So that's one.
And what's weird is it feels like last month, stylistically, that's what they're trying to do more of. They're doing more platoons. They get a runner on second, Salk, and they're not bunting him over. They're not hitting it the other way. They're not getting him to third with less than 2 outs. 2 occasions yesterday, you get like leadoff doubles. You get runner at second with nobody out. Like, okay. Now,
and yet you're playing the game that way. You're bringing the infield in the 3rd inning.
Well...
right? I mean, like, you're playing the game as if you're going to do those things. They brought the infield in the 3rd inning. I was flabbergasted. They brought the infield. Really? Yes.
I wasn't, based on the last month of scoring production.
I mean, it's tough, though, when the other team ends up scoring 5 runs in the game, and, like, you brought the infield in the 3rd inning.
Yeah.
I don't get that. That one kind of surprised me. So anyway, all of that I'll chalk up to problem 1. Problem 2, their bullpen's just toast right now. Other than Munoz and Brash, who've both been unbelievable, Spire's been very good. Lyle was looking at me like, you better mention Gabe Spire. I did. Yeah, Coer's been fine. But is there anybody there other than those 2 or 3 guys you trust? I know it's not Trent Thornton. I wondered if he was going to get DFA'd.
Yeah.
I mean, he probably isn't, because, as Lyle pointed out, he's the 2nd most expensive player in the bullpen. But, I mean, who do you trust in this bullpen right now other than Munoz, Brash, and Spire?
Hey, Lyle, how has your other buddy done, Troy Taylor, as he's been sent down? Has he kind of found it down in Tacoma in the last 2-3 weeks? Have you kept an eye on that at all?
Checked a couple weeks ago. It seemed a little up and down. I mean, I can check again. But, that's a guy that they could really use if he figures it out down the stretch, because he's got real strikeout stuff. But it seems like he's got some stuff to work through in Tacoma.
Yep.
Problem 3, your rotation has been okay, but it hasn't been dominant. Not the way it had been the last couple of years. It's been good, but it's not been dominant, and certainly not dominant enough to offset all the other problems we're talking about. And I think that's also having an effect on the bullpen. They're not going 6-7 innings every game. You're asking the bullpen to carry more and more of the weight, and then other teams are feasting on the problems that you're having there.
Yep. And one issue, and it's a beauty and the curse of baseball, man. In a 162 game journey, there's no ducking it. There's no hiding it. You know, you start to step on the gas and use the fuel in your bullpen tank. It's going to run dry, and I mean that's just the way it goes. No matter how many trips up and down I-5 and how many times you option guys, you try to bring this guy up and you try to, but it's just unfortunately pretty leaky, pretty leaky.
That's a good word for it. 4th, I don't. This one's hard to quantify, but I do think it's hard to play 162 battles. I think it's a really hard philosophy, and I've said that since day one. If you put all your energy into an early sprint and you put all your energy into we're going to win and compete and 162 times a year, I think you find out real quickly that 162 games is a really long time.
Yeah.
Could they be tired on June 12th? Maybe. I don't know. I can't answer this one. I don't know whether this is truly a problem or not, but my speculation is that it is.
Well, you're going to get to some facts and figures, just some straight numbers here at 7:30, and I think what you're going to find is I don't think that impacts younger players, right? I don't think that impacts the energy level of some of the youth, like a Cal Raleigh or a Julio Rodriguez or younger guys. But looking at some of the numbers of your veteran guys. Looking at Mitch, looking at Dylan, looking at your 30-somethings, right? And maybe some of that just kind of energy output and the challenge of that, Salk, at that age and stage of their career.
Yeah.
The numbers are pretty alarming the last month or so with some of your veteran
and I would say that maybe not after 2 months, but I think eventually that's going to take a toll on younger players as well. I think it's a really hard style to try to keep up for an entire season. Doesn't mean you can't do it at the right times, but I think it's hard to have that mentality all the time. And then finally, just a question of who they are. And this is what I think we were chatting about a little bit in the first problem. If you're looking for speed and athleticism, then it's hard for me to see Dominic Canzone in the outfield not get to 2 balls this weekend. I know he hit the big home run, which was great, but you also see the other side of that is his defense is, while not necessarily problematic, it doesn't fit what it is they're all about. So, they're missing some guys. Logan Gilbert's going to come back this week, which is great. I do think Luke Raley factors in. I think he's a missing element of what they're trying to do. He's a better combination for them in right field than the other guys they've been rolling out there. But Julio's hitting, Randy's hitting, JP's hitting, Cal's hitting, Solano's hitting, Brock Williamson's kind of hitting, Young hasn't been bad, and they're still struggling to score runs.
Yep.
That's really hard to do. And it speaks to some of the problems they have beyond those guys in the lineup. But Julio, Randy, JP, Cal, Solano, Williamson, that's 6 guys in your lineup that are hitting. And they're not winning. And they're not scoring runs. That's a remarkable feat. So we'll try to figure out why. We'll continue to have the conversation. We do have some facts and figures, and we'll ask what action you'd like to see coming up at 8:30.
And do we know how it went with Lyle?
I heard it was underwhelming. That's all I've heard is that he was a bit underwhelming at minicamp yesterday. We'll hear a little bit more about that.
What was he expected to do?
I don't know. I was hoping the shorts would be very, very short and that everybody would notice. The quads would be on display.
You're hoping to be overwhelming.
Yeah.
You never want to go someplace and be underwhelming.
I was hoping that he would whelm, at least. He didn't even
I
whelm.
thought minicamp would be somewhere where maybe you don't want to take the spotlight.
No, please.
No,
he didn't
you want to
even
whelm. Maura, you got to whelm.
You have to at least whelm a little, and he underwhelmed. You don't have to overwhelm, but just whelm. We'll be back
ready,
with
Lyle.
everything you need to know next.
Bump and Stacy.
Joined right now by Seahawks wide receiver Cooper Kupp, which still feels kind of weird for me to say. Does it feel weird to hear still?
Yeah, I'm getting used to it. How would you describe this group as far as the potential of this squad?
I think the thing that's really cool is we got guys that can do everything. Hey, I can be involved in the run game. I can be involved in the third level of the defense. I can attack. So when you have guys that can do everything, it makes it really cool to be able to move guys around and be able to say, hey, look, you don't know where it's going to be coming from.
Bump and Stacy. Weekdays 10 to 2 on Seattle Sports, the app, YouTube, and your smart speaker.
This is Secret Clinical dominating extra stinky stress sweat. And this is regular deodorant. Secret Clinical in a heat wave. Oh, what a beautiful day. This is regular deodorant. Ugh, I can't. Secret Clinical with workout sweat. Let's run another marathon. And regular deodorant. How much more? Secret is the GOAT. Because nothing fights sweat better. Stay fresher under pressure.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, it's Mike Rohn. If I have a choice, I like to do business with companies that actually stand for something. That's why I switched from Verizon to Pure Talk. No offense to Verizon, I'm sure they stand for something. I just don't know what it is. Pure Talk, on the other hand, is a veteran-owned company that supports our military in a big way, and I appreciate that. Yeah, I also appreciate unlimited talk and text and plenty of data for half the cost of the big guys, and I do like being on America's most dependable 5G network for just $20 a month, but what I really appreciate is no contract, no cancellation fees, and Pure Talk's commitment to handle all their customer service in this country. I saw it for myself. I went to Georgia, I got a tour of their headquarters, I met their CEO, and I talked to the same customer service folks that you'll talk to when you dial pound 250 and say keyword Mike Rowe. Switch today and save 50% off your first month when you dial pound 250 and say keyword Mike Rowe. Pure Talk. A wireless company that actually stands for something.
Introducing frequent flights between Boeing Field and a private terminal at Portland Airport. Seaport Airlines is transforming travel with convenience, comfort, and free parking just steps from your plane. It's about time. Book today at flyseaportair.com.
This summer, make sure your roof is ready for the season ahead with a company you can trust, like 3 Tree Roofing.
We're not just your roofers, we're your neighbors, and we're here to help you protect your home this season. Visit 3treeroofing.com to schedule your free on-site estimate and get your roof replaced before the summer rush and potential material price increases. Our certified technicians make your roof replacement easy and worry-free, so you can focus on the important things this summer. Visit 3treeroofing.com to schedule your free, no-pressure estimate. 3Tree Roofing, your Puget Sound roofing experts.
And now, tales of another way. You're making your go-to goulash. Salt, pepper, and paprika. But you spy smoked paprika in the spice rack. And your go-to goulash becomes go-go goulash. Sometimes another way is the better way. Like the new SR 509 Expressway. The alternate route that'll help manage congestion on I-5 and other local roads. Plus provide better access to SeaTac. Open soon. Free through summer. Learn more at goodtogo509.com.
Stop Bugging Me Pest Control. This summer, don't let stinging insects ruin your outdoor fun. Wasps, hornets. Get rid of those stinging pests. Call Stop Bugging Me Pest Control. And leave everything to us.
Heading outdoors or on the water this weekend? Check in with Joey and Nelly on the Outdoor Line from 6 to 8 a.m. every Saturday on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
The future is here, so why is your internet stuck in the past? With Quantum Fiber Internet, you can get next-level multi-gig speed on a reliable fiber network. Fair and honest pricing with no annual contracts or bundling required. And whole home 360 Wi-Fi to make sure your devices are ready to take you where you want to go. So you can stream, post, game, surf, like, and love to your heart's content. You do you. Let Quantum Fiber Internet take care of the rest. Learn more at quantumfiber.com. Limited availability, service, and speed in select locations only.
So I formed Davis Law Group about 30 years ago, and I would get, the same questions from people about what to do in the case of an accident. Do you need a lawyer? To the point where I decided that I would at least write a book which would answer the common questions that I would receive as a lawyer. Once I wrote my first book, it proved to be hugely popular. I decided to write then a series of books in different accident cases so that we could really teach people about their rights, how to protect them, and how to decide on whether they need a lawyer and what lawyer to hire. I've found in my career that having a client that is educated and knowledgeable about their particular type of case really helps the client and also usually ends up making the case or the claim more successful. To get your free copy of any of my Washington accident books, visit WashingtonAccidentBooks.com.
Spring is back. Our bats are back. Is your postnasal drip and congestion back as well? Hi, this is Dr. Ryan Stern with the Stern Sinus Center. We are a proud National Center of Excellence for helping hundreds of patients with Rynair. For those of you sick of searching for another allergy medication, Rynair is a minimally invasive procedure that significantly reduces postnasal drip, congestion, and stuffiness after only one treatment. Come see us in Auburn or Federal Way. Book your appointment at sternsinus.com. That's sternsinus.com.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
That's a yikes. The Mariners appear to be, Brock, in what you could only describe as a free fall, and I'm not sure what gets them out of it right now. They were swept out of Arizona. They were outscored 23-9 in the 3 games. That's 3 runs per game, and that's not going to do it, especially when you're giving up nearly 8. They've lost 8 of their last 9. This all despite a couple of key hitters who've started to get hot. Julio had 7 hits in the series. Randy Arozarena has been on fire. Extra bases, home run. It hasn't translated with runners in scoring position, nor really to the bottom of that lineup. Brian Wu was good until the 6th inning yesterday, and then it totally got away from him. Loads the bases. Up comes old friend Eugenio Suarez, of course.
He's ready, delivers. Swung on, crossed, left center field. This is way back. It's way back and gone. Eugenio Suarez, a grand slam, and with one swing, Arizona has the lead 4-2 here in the 6th.
Yeah. I mean, it's just, you're in this kind of rut. You're in this kind of stretch where it's just difficult, Salk. Don't you also feel like some of these teams you're playing, like that Arizona lineup, that's a good lineup.
Mm-hmm. But they can't pitch.
I mean, Corbin's good, and Marte's good, and Naylor is good, and Perdomo is good, and Suarez is dangerous, and like you stretch to like 7. I know the catcher can't hit a thing, but it's like
even at the bottom of the lineup, you let Alec Thomas on base, and he runs wild.
That's right.
So but they can't pitch. You got to score more than 3 runs a game. Like that's just how it is.
That's a 5 ERA. That's a 7 ERA, and you're hitting them. You're just not scoring.
You got to score more than 3 runs a game against what is really a bad pitching team that can hit, and you didn't do that even in a ballpark that's kind of geared to it. Julio, here's the one thing I did like yesterday. There was a lot not to like, that's for sure. I like that Julio spoke to the media afterwards. I like that he was the guy who came out and said, "Yep, what kind of questions do you guys have?" And he spoke to where they're at.
Man, I feel like everybody understands. I feel like if we need to talk about something, we talk about it and we keep moving forward. I feel like we stay pretty on top of what's happening, stay in the moment. We don't let things like build up like that, and that's why I say like we're pretty even keeled. It's not like we're giggly and stuff about it. We know that we got to win games, and that's the bottom line. But this is just a stretch that we're at.
Yeah, credit to Julio for coming out and facing some of the music there on that.
In your life experience, Salk, and by the way, I'm glad you're feeling better today and that bug got out of you. In your life experience of covering baseball teams, and Lyle, you've been around baseball a long time as a young man, 26. Do you feel like it's harder? It's harder for fans. There is no question it's harder for fans when you get all these runners on and you just don't deliver. And you just don't deliver. I used the analogy yesterday of a football team that goes between the 20s up and down the field, and then it's a fumble in the red zone. It's a missed field goal. It's a pick in the red zone. You're just not scoring, right? And it's so frustrating because you're moving the ball. For the actual players, do you think it's as frustrating for them?
I don't think it can be.
Is it or is it more frustrating when it's just like, there's we get 4 hits, we get no damage, we don't get anybody on base, we don't give ourselves any opportunities.
Trained to not get frustrated.
Yeah.
The whole game is such a frustration in general that they really need to, you have to adopt such a neutral mentality.
Mm-hmm.
That's my guess. I don't have a straight answer for you, but that would be my guess, is that they just can't get caught up in that.
On either side of it.
I don't want to say it doesn't matter. It matters.
You just got to deal with it the same way.
You have to be able to deal with it, or else you can't play the game. It would just drive you insane. Off day today, then they're home for 6 against the Guardians and Red Sox. Luis Castillo should throw tomorrow. And then the best news, Logan Gilbert likely back on Monday against Boston after a tremendous rehab outing a couple nights ago.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
Full attendance, Brock, for mandatory minicamp, and really, by all accounts, a great success. Everyone seemed really happy. The veterans won't be back out on the field until the start of training camp, which was announced as being July 23rd. Mike McDonald was happy, not just with the vets, but with the rookies.
They allow us to have a lot of time with these guys, and they don't really have a place to go after, so they're here a lot. But what are you going to do with that time? Are you going to make the most of it? Are you going to take advantage of it? Are you going to spend time with one another? You can eat meals together. Are you going to watch extra tape? These are the things that these guys are doing. And, we kind of hinted it at them, but you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make them drink. They're making those decisions on their own, which is really exciting. So it tells me they're a tight unit, and they really care about what shows up on tape and really their careers, and they're taking ownership for what shows up out there. So, again, early, we'll see when we're playing real football. But I'm optimistic.
Pretty drama-free, right?
Mm-hmm.
Not a lot of noise. A couple position battles of competition that Brady went into great depth and length with yesterday, kind of talking about. But by and large, there's just not a lot of drama. There's not contract holdouts. There's not individualism. That board that you walk in, team. It's all about the team. You kind of feel that message permeating pretty strongly throughout that whole club.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
All right, man, upset watch. I enjoyed it yesterday, Brock. I watched the basketball game, and I had fun. First time I could say that.
See, I can lead Salk to water, but ultimately he's got to drink it,
Well, because you've led me there before, and then I watch, and I'm like, nope, don't like it.
Yep, I can lead you and say, listen, you're actually going to like these teams. They play 10 guys. They play hard. They play defense. They move the ball. They share the ball. It's not all ISO. It's not all step-back threes. These teams actually play
basketball,
kind of like collegiately NCAA tournament. And that intensity in these markets that are so thirsty for a title.
Yeah, they were really – I
cool.
just was impressed by how fast they played. They played hard, they played fast, and I haven't really seen that in a long time. So I was pretty darn impressed. That was fun. Pacers get the win, 22 from Halliburton, 49 points from their bench. Stanley Cup, that'll be intense. Game 4 tonight, Florida up 2-1, and I would say that is, hey, Edmonton better get their butts in gear, or this is not going to be much more of a series. And the U.S. Open, fast greens, that's for sure, Brock.
I thought.
JJ Spawn, 4 under.
Through 11.
I know. But if you want some fun, look at the other side of the leaderboard. Justin Hicks, 9 over after 9. Cameron Tankersley, 7 under. Evan Beck, 7. A lot of guys, 7 under, 6 under, 5 under. Did I say under? I'm sorry, over. Excuse me. Just unaccustomed to saying that other than in my own game. That is everything you need to know.
I think.
Quarter past every hour here on the Brock and Salk Show.
I think my boy Looker played Oakmont.
Oh, yeah?
If I remember right. Mark Bolger. This is digging into the recesses of my brain. I think Bolger was a Pittsburgh guy, right? That course is outside of, where's that course outside of Pittsburgh?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Dane talked about, I said, the hardest course you ever played. And I don't think he hesitated.
It was built to be the hardest course in the world. Have you read anything about what they've done with the rough this week?
I have, Michael.
Like how they cut it 5 different lengths so that it will swallow up balls at different, unbelievable. You want a name for this week to watch out for? Sepp Straka.
Howdy.
I'm going to get, JJ Spawn, boy, howdy lookalike, is leading right now. But just Sepp Straka tees off later. Just
keep an eye.
Throw an eye on Sepp Straka. I don't know.
Should I throw little shekels down?
I'm just saying keep an eye. Just keep a little eye on Sepp Straka this week. Just a name to watch. All right. Facts. You want big facts? We've got a lot of them. I got like 10, 15 facts. And we'll go through them next on Brock and Salk. Some of them may be great. Some of them may not be. Some of them may surprise you. Some of them might not. But it's coming up next.
Wyman and Bob, afternoons 2 to 7.
In Cal, you're seeing a superstar start to develop. He's starting to get that national recognition. It's always been, when you talk about the Mariners, you'd sort of talk about the rotation as a whole. Sure. Talking about an individual, it's been Julio. And it feels like Cal is starting to move into that spot. Now, here's the thing. Neither, by baseball standards, are being paid as a superstar.
Dave Wyman and Bob Stelton, afternoons 2 to 7 on Seattle Sports, the app, YouTube, and your smart speaker.
All right, Mike Salk here. We've had a stretch of great weather and makes you start to feel like summer is just about here, right? And you know what that means. Beach, barbecue, golf, vacation maybe that you've been looking forward to, right? Well, you're going to end up taking pictures during that whole thing. And don't you want to look and feel your very best? If so, try Eastside Weight Loss Clinic. They can help. Trust me, you can do it super fast. I lost 15 pounds just in the first 2 weeks. I lost 35 pounds overall, and that only took 8 weeks. So, yeah, you got time. What are you waiting for? Schedule that 15-minute, no-obligation consultation right now at eastsideweightlossclinic.com. Here's what you're going to get. Safe, healthy, sustainable weight loss. No pills, no injections, no surgery, nothing like that. It's no fake food. It's all real food that you buy at the grocery store, and then you cook it yourself, and it tastes great, and it keeps you full, and you lose weight. It's amazing. The secret? Well, you'll find out in just a 15-minute call with Eastside Weight Loss Clinic. Schedule it now at eastsideweightlossclinic.com. That's eastsideweightlossclinic.com. Dr. Ryan Coogan, D.C. Results may vary.
Yeah, I have a ton of really memorable customers. So one of my favorite customers I've ever had, he came in and had a really bad experience with several different dealerships. He just lost his husband. His husband left him with a truck, and he was like, I don't need a truck. Like, this is so impractical for me. And it was a really emotional decision for him because it was one of the last things that he had of his late husband's. We were like, it's no problem. Like, we're going to help you. And we did the process the same way that we always do the process. And we helped him trade in his truck for a beautiful new Rogue. And that was really cool. And he bought his second car from us. And I'm sure when he needs a third car, he'll come back and buy his third car from Nissan too. Afterwards, to thank us, he sent us this beautiful basket of like candies and fruits and stuff.
Making a great day for the people around you is making a great day for yourself. The LJ Way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
Need assistance with door and window projects? The Home Depot can help. From inspiration and materials to ordering and installation, our free millwork virtual apron service can get you moving and doing. Plus, we speak Spanish too. Our associates can help you tackle complex jobs without you leaving the job site, saving you time and money. Call us at 1-833-HD-APRON or visit homedepot.com/MVA. The Home Depot, how doers get more done.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game.
For over 113 years, Pacific Lamp and Supply Company has been your #1 lighting specialist in Washington, from the Space Needle in Seattle all the way to the Riverwalk in Spokane. With the largest lighting inventory in Washington, Pacific Lamp's knowledgeable and experienced staff can assist with any lighting issue, including intricate lighting and control designs. Plus, they work with all utilities in Washington to get you the best available lighting rebates. Pacific Lamp and Supply Company, Washington's lighting experts since 1912. Visit pacificlamp.com.
The home of the Mariners, Seattle Sports.
Cal swinging a drive, deep to right field.
Every pitch of every Mariners game is on the Seattle Sports app.
We've all been there. Sleepless nights, mind racing, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Video security, burglar alarms, fire alarms, access control, 24/7 monitoring, and more. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy, knowing we're here for you, your people, and your business. Visit bayalarm.com to talk to a local security expert. Bay Alarm, we got you.
Heading to the ball game? Don't mess with traffic and pricey parking fees. Make it easy and ride the bus. It's affordable and convenient. No stress, no hassle. And plenty of time to grab a hot dog before first pitch. Community Transit makes riding the bus fun, easy, and affordable. You save money on parking, and kids under 18 ride for free. See where they can take you and plan your trip today. Go to Community Transit at ctgo.org/home run.
Hello, Seattle. It's your friendly neighbor, the T-Mobile Park roof. From up here, I can see it all. Folks pouring in from the street, the sun setting over the sound, the roar of the crowd as Luis Castillo pumps his fist, and the joy of the J-Rod squad as Julio snares a deep fly ball at the wall.
He reaches up with a leap and he makes the catch.
And all the faces smiling with every perfectly grilled hot dog and swirl of soft serve. When the final out's made, I'll be right up here, lighting the W and soaking it all in. Mariners baseball. Try it inside.
Father's Day weekend is officially on deck, and T-Mobile Park is the perfect place to celebrate. Bring Dad out to a ball game as the Mariners take on the Guardians tomorrow through Sunday. And on Father's Day, the first 10,000 dads 21 plus will score a pair of socks thanks to Muckleshoot Casino Resort. Get your tickets now at mariners.com.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10
on Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
All right, today is an off day for the Mariners, Brock. It comes, as you know, after losing 8 of 9 and falling below 500 for the first time since early April. That's obviously what you hope is the low point of this season, but, you know, who knows what direction this goes. Hopefully it gets better. It certainly has. The last few years, they've had some similar numbers, and they finished with, well above 500. We don't know what's going to go on from here on out. The next 15 minutes here before we do Blue 88, get a lot of different facts, figures that you and I have kind of compiled over the last 24 hours or so, maybe not even that many. And, you can kind of make of them what you want to, but we'll go through it. This team right now is on pace for 79 or 80 wins. Well, 79.5 wins. 79.5 wins. They're 2.5 games out of the wild card. They are 4 games out of the division.
I mean, if you're going to do facts, Salk, you can't do...
Well, I wrote it last night before I knew where the Astros...
It's like when I asked Titus.
I didn't know what the Astros had done yet.
Like, you don't really know. Like,
When I wrote this last night, the Astros had not finished playing. So... It was 3 or 4 last night. It is now 4 because the Astros demolished the White Sox. So 79.5 win pace, 2.5 out of the wild card, 4 games out of the division. That's just a fact.
Yep.
Over their last 10 games, the Mariners are 2-8. During that same stretch of 10 games, just for giggles. The Rockies are 3-7, and the White Sox are 5-5. That's just a fact. How they're playing right now. I did some looking at what the Mariners would look like if they were in other divisions. In this division, they are second, tied with the Angels today, which again is somewhat shocking. If the Mariners were in the other 5 divisions today, they would be 4th, 5th, 3rd, 5th, and 5th. 4th, 5th, 3rd, 5th, and 5th.
That's what place they would be in each of those other divisions?
Yes. If you're looking for how far behind they would be in those divisions.
Yeah.
I just did it by wins. I didn't go through losses as well. So this might be off by half game. But by wins, they are 7, 11, 11, 7, and 7 games behind in all of the other 5 divisions. So you're hanging on a little bit because of being in the AL West.
AFC South.
Yeah.
You're in the NFC South.
That's right.
Yep.
And the Astros haven't run away with it. But if you were looking at the Yankees, the Tigers, the Mets, the Cubs, or the Dodgers, how about that from memory? Pretty cool. That's how many games you would be behind.
Yeah. And the Astros may not be running away with it right now. But if you just want another fact, per Tankathon, the easiest remaining schedule the rest of the year is the Houston Astros.
All right. Well, so again, just another fact. I was looking at run
Tankathon. Did you say per Tankathon?
Yeah, that's the website, Tankathon.
You never been to Tankathon?
No.
It's very helpful for figuring out playoff seeding.
They do the NFL draft.
Yeah.
They keep track of who's got the number.
So after I've been sent held, I'm very careful.
Oh, you should
about
look
where
at
I go.
Tankathon. It's pretty good.
Okay.
The Mariners now have a negative 14 run differential.
Yeah.
A negative 14 run differential. And for those who look at run differential as a pretty good gauge of where your team is at, a negative 14 run differential puts them 20th in Major League Baseball, tied for 20th.
Mm-hmm.
Tied for 20th in baseball.
Okay. Do you have more facts?
I do. Would you like some more? I have some of the ones you sent over.
This is very whelming.
Is it?
Yes,
Is this whelming you right now?
Yes, it sure is.
Matt Brash has a 0.00 ERA.
Yes,
He's not given up an earned run yet.
13 appearances.
Been unbelievable. Andres Munoz has a .83 whip. He has 18 saves and has been unfreaking believable. All-star level.
Yep.
Cal Raleigh is the second or third best player in baseball. That's not a fact, but I think it's pretty close.
Well, I think when it comes to like F-WAR or other WAR, he's
all right. JP is having statistically the best season he's had in forever. Certainly back to the form he was in 2023. Huge kudos to JP. Julio is off to the best start of his career in any season and was tremendous again over the weekend. Multi-hit games, etc. Big, what was that? A double he hit to right center was great to see.
Yep.
So those are all facts.
Mm-hmm.
Similarly, Dylan Moore is 0 for his last 18. During
With
those...
13 strikeouts.
He has 13 strikeouts.
So, okay, it's 13 strikeouts and 18 at-bats. Like, he's in that phase, right? I talk about that big red bat that Cal will find himself with, the Nelly Cruz, like when you're playing wiffle ball as a kid, you know, the big red bat. The barrel it was almost impossible not to hit the ball. And then he had to play with it. Was it yellow or green? Being colorblind, I didn't ever know. Yeah, the skinny little yellow one where no matter what you did, it seemed like you couldn't even make contact with the ball.
I got to tell you, the way he's swinging right now, it looks more like he's trying to swing a rope. Like, hey, maybe if I swing this rope at the ball, I'll hit it. It is, he can't hit right now. Mitch Garver has 3 doubles and 1 home run on the season in 105 at-bats. His slugging percentage is 257. Mitch Garver has a 257 slugging percentage. Just a fact. It's just numbers. Mitch Garver has a 257 slugging percentage. It's 257. That's his slugging percentage, not his batting average, not his on base. He's slugging 257.
Do you think now, like the new role that he's in is basically the backup catcher? He's like, well, if I get 1 hit every 15 at bats, like I'm good.
Maybe.
Like that's what backup catchers do.
I don't
know. They hit like 170.
Brock, this isn't about speculating. This is about facts.
This is about
I don't know what's in Mitch Garver's mind. I can't tell you that.
Man.
I can tell you that he has 3 doubles and 1 home run and 105 at bats, and that he's slugging 257. Those are facts that I can give you and tell you and be confident about. I can't answer it as to his mentality or mental state. I just don't know.
Yep.
Today is also an off day. And it comes after losing 8 out of your last 9 games and falling below 500 for the first time in over a month.
Mm-hmm.
Almost 2 months. It got me to thinking, and I did look this up, the 2024 Mariners also lost 8 of 9 leading up to an off day. So we've seen this before.
Mm-hmm.
That actually brought them to 500 even, so 1 game better than where this team's at right now. During that stretch where they lost 8 of 9, they were swept by the Tigers and swept by the Dodgers, 2 playoff teams, and one of which eventually became the World Series winner, the other of which is starting to run away with its division this year and after kind of turning it on last year.
Mm-hmm.
In between, they lost 2 out of 3 to the Pirates, who did throw Paul Skeens in that series. This team this year was swept by the Orioles and Diamondbacks, 2 teams that are unlikely to make the postseason. Both are likely to be sellers at the deadline, and lost 2 of 3 to the Angels. I don't know if you remember what happened at the end of that 9-game stretch
was that in
last
August?
year. It was.
That was in August.
You guys can look it up. It ended on August 22nd.
Yep.
I'm not suggesting that anything similar should happen today, but the parallels are very hard to ignore.
Mm.
And I do think about how the 2023 Mariners were called the most disliked team in history, according to one columnist. That team won 87 games, were 11th
Put some
in runs.
respect on Larry Stone's name. Put some respect on his name this morning.
I feel like I was by not giving it in that spot, but okay. They won 87 games. They were 11th in runs. They finished 1 game back of the playoffs.
Mm-hmm.
I'm looking at this team today, Brock. And as I said, they've lost 8 of 9 to 3 teams that probably aren't sniffing the postseason.
Mm-hmm.
And if you go back, as we've said a few times, the numbers don't get any better. It's not just a bad 9-game stretch. It's coming off the fact that they have lost 20 of their last 31 games. They're 11 and 20 in the last 31.
Right.
And that's what's gotten them now to 500. That's below 500. It's what's gotten them now to 4 games back. They're tied with the Angels. Of all the facts and numbers I just gave you,
mm-hmm.
I think the one that truly eats at me the most and is the most starkly crazy to me is that they're tied with the Angels.
Mm-hmm.
They have the same record as the Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim. That's a bad team. If you ask it, bad team. Can't pitch, bad team. And the Mariners have the same record as them. So I don't know if you want to use the transitive property or anything else you learned in geometry, but these are really, really challenging to ignore. And yes, thank you to multiple people who texted in to point out that Mitch Garver's home run was against a position player.
That is true.
I kind of forgot about that.
So we have a coach on our staff.
Forgot about that.
Him. Very bright man. That's how he answers. Instead of yes, it's that is true. So any question I have for him, hey, when we go York slide, is that like the old NFL 2-jet? That is true. Okay, so if we make this call, that is true. So I think it's kind of catchy, by the way. Instead of yes, I don't know. It just adds a little more authority to it. That is true. I feel like at this point, with all of that overwhelming data, most of it on the negative end, I feel like I do, Salk, if we're going to make some comparisons to those previous couple years, I think I do have to, at least as a contrarian, or state the other side of it. Those teams did not have to deal with 60% of their starting rotation dealing with injury.
Very true.
Those teams got to deal with historic runs and quality starts and dominance with the pitching staff that I think we all knew was unsustainable year after year after year after year, but now it's come to bear this season with the injuries to your ace and to your stud and to your opening day starter, with injuries to Bryce Miller, with a George Kirby that took 2 or 3 starts to get back to looking and feeling like George Kirby after missing the first month and a half of the season.
I think that's all very fair.
This
group has
well,
also gotten tremendous play for pitching from Logan Evans and from Emerson Hancock. I mean, yes, it's been missing those things, but of all of the things that have been challenging for them, it hasn't felt anyway. I could be wrong. That's getting away from facts now to feel.
Uh-huh.
It hasn't felt like that's been the issue.
No, the Pebble, thankfully, only made a couple starts before he got moved along.
And that was by their own. I mean, they didn't need to start him. I mean, that was
Yep.
just bad decision making.
On top of that, right, if in teams look at this collegiately and professionally, they look at kind of starts missed. It's a big focus of emphasis is to try to prevent injury as best you possibly can. And from a pitching standpoint, it's impossible to do. From a playing standpoint, you do all you can. And yet, you've also missed now Luke Raley for half the season, an opening day starter. You missed Robles for almost the entirety of this season. He goes down in the first month, the first 3 weeks to San Francisco, jumping into a net, trying to make a selfless play, and jumps into the net. That's an opening day starter. So 2 nights of your opening day starting, 60% of your opening day rotation is out, and yet you still find yourself viable through all of this. You still find yourself, as the great Graz father said last night, in a position where now actually guys are going to get healthy.
And some of that is normal, right? I mean, they've gotten more than their fair share, but some of it is your fair share. It's your fair share to lose one member of your rotation.
Yep.
It's your fair share to lose one guy of your starting 9. Like, that's your fair share. That happens all over baseball. The Dodgers have 14 pitchers on the IL right now.
Yeah.
I mean, like, that's your fair share. The pitching thing is you're just waiting. Like, it's going to happen eventually. Honestly, I said this earlier, of all the guys, I feel like maybe the team that they are, the guy they're missing the most is Luke Raley, who fits what they're trying to do better than the other guys they've run out there in right field.
Yeah.
At least he fits. He's athletic,
identity,
and power.
stylistically.
He fits. Tavares did not. And frankly, neither does Dom Canzone.
Tellez does not.
No, but at least he's playing first base. Like, in right field, I'm watching Canzone. He can't track down a fly ball. Like, that doesn't fit. Tavares could do that, but he couldn't hit. And then he made a bunch of errors to go with him. Like, you can't do that.
Yeah.
But Luke really fits. He does all of those things. He's the type of player they want. But, Brock, those are all just numbers.
They are. So there's both sides of it. There's trying to kind of state the case with facts and figures and numbers, try to state the case with the challenges you are having being bit by the injury bug. I think the bottom line, if I have to stamp this 15-minute facts and opinions and conversation, is just simply this, Salk. You went into this season from a roster construction. This is what my people, at least, have spoken to me on my little social media poll. 75% that point to the biggest issue being this roster construction this year. That as you went into it, unfortunately, you just did not have much margin. Unfortunately, when you have a Tellez and a Solano and the guys, veteran guys that are just guys, and unfortunately, in some cases, have kind of not even played to their baseball card. And Mitch Garver maybe being, again, one of the bigger culprits. You just didn't have enough margin to deal with this. The Dodgers have 250 more or 200 million more in their payroll, and they've got enough margin to deal with whatever's going to come their way. Right? They're the outlier in this. If there was going to be a team bit by an injury bug and you happen to be that team, both in your players and your pitching, you just didn't have, through your roster construction, enough margin being built in, enough difference makers to weather these storms. And this has been, for the last 31 days, a really significant storm.
I got to bite my tongue for a moment. Let's do some Blue 88.
This is Brock and Salk's Blue 88.
Blue 88! Blue 88!
We take you to the field as Brock Ewart breaks down 3 football questions as only he can.
Now here's your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
4th, 5th, and 3rd. Brock, question number 1 as we do 3 good football questions for you today. It was this time last year you were talking about how great Ryan Grubb's offense would be.
Yes.
You're not saying that now. So why should I trust you when it comes to Glenn
Remember the
Kubiak?
word I used all the time last year? What Ryan Grubb and that system with Kalen DeBoer did, right everywhere they had been, at the smaller school level, to Fresno State, on to the University of Washington, with Michael Penix and the runner-up to the Heisman Trophy. You know what they did? Constantly they dictated. We played sound of Abe Lucas in the offseason talking about tempo. Right, we talked to Roger Rosengarten, your mom's favorite, and he talked about playing in that system and how you are constantly the aggressor and you are constantly dictating and you are and man, did that dissolve over the course of the season. That was one of the harder things for me to kind of watch, as you just sat and shot over and over and over, right, into these very predictable plays and formations, and talking to people that schemed against the Seattle Seahawks, right? Coaches on the other side. And they would say the predictability of it was as much as anybody they faced. The run game was very minimal. So I feel a little out of turn and a little out of school when I listened to Chase Daniel yesterday talk about how much Kubiak's system dictates and how hard it makes it on defenses. I would also say, Salk, that one of the things near the top of the list, and we've only done, 3 of our installs, so about a third of our total offense in our high school game is in. But I will say, man, when you motion and you shift and you move, it just shows you how hard it makes it for that defense. I knew it did, but like in real time, watching it, sitting in the defensive staff meetings and learning about the communication and, hey, man, when we're in this coverage and we're in this, we got to make this call. And if they get to this formation, we got to shift to this and do whoa. It makes it really, really hard. And I really hope that at the end of this season, I'm not saying once again, oh, goodness, Seahawks couldn't dictate. Seahawks didn't move. They didn't motion. They didn't shift. They didn't blur. They didn't make it look like pitching ninja at what was coming at you defensively. I hope at a minimum I'm saying that. And at a maximum, we're celebrating an NFL offense with great, great detail.
All right, question number 2. I know you had Brady in with you yesterday. I was sorry to miss you guys. But what did he share with you that kind of gave you a little look into Sam Darnold?
Yeah, he mentioned a stat yesterday. It was awesome. He went back and looked at New Orleans, and it's not apples to apples because they had to play multitude of quarterbacks, a bunch of them young, Salk. So to try to handle the depth of the playbook and all the calls, no, they tried to simplify and move the pocket a lot. The New Orleans Saints last year under Kubiak had the third most out-of-pocket throws by their quarterback than anybody in the league. Only 2 more teams got their quarterback out of the pocket, whether that's through scrambles, whether that's through dash, whether that's through sprint, whether that's through naked, whether that's
Are those
through
on
boot.
purpose or just doesn't matter?
It's all of them combined.
Okay.
But in order to be that high, you're booting and you're waggling and you're naked. You're moving your pocket a lot. And it kind of got to me thinking, because just in chatting with folks around the Seahawks, one thing, and even my eye, as I've looked at Sam Darnold, I've thought, man, he looks really lean. And he's as lean as he's ever been. And whether that is a straight focal point of his is, you get a little older in this league. Cooper Kupp is the same way. That dude is really lean. Tom Brady, the longer he played, really lean. Drew Brees, the longer he played, really lean. Like, no, man, you gotta stay lean to move as much as you've got to move. And I don't know. Again, this is not facts. This is just because it's not right from Sam Darnold's mouth. But if I've got to speculate, I'm looking at that and saying, yeah, you're going to be a movement team. You're going to throw on the run. You're going to really move as much as you've ever moved in your career. This is not going to be playing the game from the pocket 80% of the time. This is going to be a movement offense, and you've got to be in the best shape of your life, and you've got to be as lean and as quick and as fast as you possibly can. And just from a body standpoint, composition standpoint, you're seeing that from Sam Darnold.
All right, question number 3. Man, there's some great sound from yesterday on Leonard Williams.
He might be the best soundbite on the team right now.
Man, he's tremendous. Here's a little from the big fella, the big cat.
Yeah, I think something that's been cool and a part of the connection that's been helping us grow that connection throughout OTAs is in the defensive room, coaches have been having some of the guys go up to the front of the room and pretty much talk about their why, why they like playing football, why they like showing up every day. And, they put up some pictures of their family, pictures of them when they were young, and just talk about, what's their driving force.
Mm-hmm.
Sounds like the old Scott Service spring training meetings.
A little bit. Ernest Jones kind of speaking to that as well. It's building up that good old connective tissue. You can do all this lifting you're doing, right? And then they're doing it. You can try to build all this good lean muscle mass, and they're doing that, Salk. But you really know what you really need to build culturally? You really need to build that connective tissue with the people around you. That trust with the people around you.
Let me, today's Blue 88, let me play you Leonard Williams' answer to that because they followed up. We just have a minute, so I got to go quick here, and it's about a minute long. But he was asked what his why is, and his response is awesome.
I mean, I haven't been able to talk to the defense about my why yet. But for me, I think just football gave me everything I have in life. I grew up, homeless at times. I grew up living in and out of hotels, motels, and
kind of an unstable lifestyle as a young kid. And when I found football in high school, it gave me stability. It gave me good male role models in my life. And it just gave me something to like kind of distract myself from everything going on at home. So for me, after that, like just learning from coaches, good male role models in my life, I just like fell in love with it, fell in love with the camaraderie, the family aspect of my teammates and stuff like that. And I'm sure you can ask every single person at this point, it's never was about the money. The money ends up coming with it, obviously, but for every single person that talks about their why, it's because they had some type of lifestyle like that growing up, and then it kind of brought them to this point.
Pretty cool, huh?
Real cool. Yeah, there's a lot more depth to that. Maybe tomorrow. I'm gonna be in with you tomorrow.
No,
Maybe
you
we'll
are
play
good.
Is G gonna be in tomorrow?
I don't know. I hope so. I haven't seen him. G hasn't been coming by as often.
He was here yesterday.
Okay, I wasn't here yesterday, so yeah, who knows, Brock? We'll have to.
That'll
have
be
to
a great
find out.
conversation there,
All right.
because it's true. The web of influence of high school coaches and youth coaches and it's college coaches.
Pretty cool.
Pretty remarkable.
Yeah,
stuff.
it's a pretty cool deal. All right, we'll come back and do some football later because I want to hear what Lyle saw and what Maura saw yesterday out of practice. But you guys have been leaving us messages, and my guess is there'll be some shots fired next. And here's the thing.
Bump and Stacy.
Joined right now by Seahawks wide receiver Cooper Kupp, which still feels kind of weird for me to say. Does it feel weird to hear still?
Yeah, I'm getting used to it. How would you describe this group as far as the potential of this squad?
I think the thing that's really cool is we got guys that can do everything. Hey, I can be involved in the run game. I can be involved in the third level of the defense. I can attack. So, like, when you have guys that can do everything, makes it really cool to be able to move guys around and be able to say, hey, look, you don't know where it's going to be coming from.
Bump and Stacy. Weekdays 10 to 2 on Seattle Sports, the app, YouTube, and your smart speaker.
Calling all contractors and equipment operators. The James G. Murphy Auction Company rolls out this month one of the biggest heavy equipment auctions of the summer. On the block, find an incredible collection of heavy equipment, contractors' equipment, and vehicles, like a 2004 John Deere 400C rock truck, a 2010 John Deere 450D LC excavator, a 2001 John Deere 650H LT dozer, and a 2014 Kenworth T800. In contractors' equipment, we have attachments, live edge and dimensional lumber, contractor tools, even a wheel wash system, and much more up for bid. Whether you're building roads, moving earth, or running a construction outfit, we got what you need. Bidding is underway now and closes at 10 a.m. June 19th. Preview all items June 17th and 18th from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. at our location in Marysville, 3803 136th Street Northeast. For pictures and details of all items, visit murphyauction.com. That's murphyauction.com.
I'm attorney Rob Iddens, proud Marine Corps veteran and owner of Warrior Injury Law. We help all types of injury victims, like Alex. At just 16, she suffered trauma after a broadside collision with a delivery truck.
When I came in, they were so nice. They were just like, don't worry about anything. We'll take care of that. It's gonna be okay. Live your high school life. We got your back. And they did. I would recommend Rob because they have a passion for caring for people.
If you've been injured, call us at 253-WARRIOR. Warrior Injury Law. Battle tested.
Stop bugging me pest control. This summer, don't let stinging insects ruin your outdoor fun. Wasps, hornets, get rid of those stinging pests. Call Stop Bugging Me Pest Control and leave everything to us.
Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now and sell the old one later. Here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first, on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home for you so you attract the right buyers. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Ready to find out how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
Cracked windshields happen, and if your car has a forward-facing camera, it needs to be recalibrated. All-Star Auto Glass is the professional choice for windshield replacement, repair, and recalibration. Call All-Star Auto Glass today.
Get a $15 prepaid MasterCard after rebate when you buy 5 quarts of Mobil 1 full synthetic motor oil at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at AmazonBusiness.com.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
The Mariners are transforming T-Mobile Park into Seattle's hottest karaoke club for Sing-Along Fireworks Night. Don't miss an incredible post-game show this Friday presented by T-Mobile after the team squares off against the Guardians at 7:10.
He does it again. Home runs in 3 consecutive games. Cal Raleigh, the big dumper.
It's your chance to belt your heart out on the big stage to chart-topping hits and feel-good throwbacks. Fireworks and Mariners baseball. That's 2 spectacular shows in one unforgettable night.
Strong play call. Triple digits to end it and complete the sweep.
Visit Mariners.com/fireworks to get your tickets and see the complete lineup of Mariners fireworks nights this summer, including a patriotic palooza on July 3rd and an 80s show on July 18th. Plus, check out everything else on deck at T-Mobile Park, including a Father's Day socks giveaway this Sunday thanks to Muckleshoot Casino Resort. Mariners baseball. Tridents up.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Get in the freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Ewert is my hero.
Jim Buhner just punched me in the kidney.
Who's going to do you on this?
It doesn't work that way, Sherm. This is a show that has my name on it.
It kind of does, though.
Now, here are your hosts, Brock Ewert and Mike Salk.
Hello! Did I hear I missed Sherm at practice yesterday?
Yeah.
Did you guys notice him there?
No, I saw pictures after, but we didn't see him.
All right.
He must have.
I was a little bummed because I was going to go to practice yesterday, and then I got sick, so I couldn't go, and then I heard Sherm was there, and I was hoping to reconnect, but I guess that didn't get an opportunity to do that yesterday, which is too bad. At 8:30 this morning, we will open up the phone lines, talk some Mariners with you guys. At 9:30, we will hear from Lyle and Maura about what they saw and felt yesterday at practice. At 9:45, a delayed version of Trash Takes. Obviously, you couldn't do it yesterday without the Trash Master here. Correct. I mean, I get it. Who else would have possibly been able to judge the Trash Take? Somebody might have let Brock win. That would have been a terrible decision. So that's what's coming up. Right now, though, you guys have been leaving us some fun messages, and we'll take a listen to them.
Brock Ewert doesn't just hate one kid. I am so disappointed in Michael Salk. You don't know what you're talking about. You're mindless. Love you, bye.
It's time for Brock and Salk's Here's the Thing.
Okay, here's the thing.
All right, usually I like to give Danny the last word, but I thought maybe we'd lead off with Danny today. Wow. Yeah, why not? Apparently he listened to you hosting yesterday, Brock, and had a few things to say.
Here's the thing. When Mike Salk is out, Brock, you are the most unhinged radio announcer on the planet. First of all, Brock, you have a horrible habit of singing song during people's thoughts, or really even after them. So let's say Brady said, oops, I dropped my phone. You'd be, drop it like it's hot, drop it like it's hot. For like 15 seconds, and you'd be like the only one laughing. Second of all, I know you're not taking drugs, but dang, man, you act like a toddler when you're on video. You can't stand still, your eyes are darting back and forth, and you yell random things at 7 in the morning like, let's go, coach! I'm in! Way! Yay! And third thing, stop giving people homework. But instead of asking anyone at 7:10, take those same questions, Brock, really important, and go to ChatGPT and ask the same questions there. You get your questions done faster, and I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but that stat or highlight that you made them pull up, really not that interesting, my dude. Anyways, love the show.
Wow. Some critiques.
He didn't mention some of the
said castrate
the
on the
strange
first
vocabulary
segment,
that you had on the show.
Why were you
yesterday.
talking about castration? Why were you using the word virgin?
Yeah, I meant maiden. Maiden voyage, virgin voyage.
Virgin maidens?
Virgin maidens.
I don't know, man.
Eunuchs, castration.
Eunuchs.
Just goes off
This is
the
what
rails.
happens when you're sick.
I like a good eunuch conversation.
I'm going to tell you the same thing.
It sounds like I don't want you to. No.
No, I'm going to tell you.
No, please don't.
Okay, next.
Here's Steve in Argentina.
Steve from Chile, heading to Lima, Peru soon, and then back to Chile and then Argentina as a Mariners fan. What I really, really hate is that everything is the same as it was 2-3 years ago. We paid for Luis Castillo. Is that all we get for years? One pitcher, no bats. You know what? No more bats, no more me. No more a lot of fans that are tired of this nonsense. A 500 ball. Bye.
All right. Well, that was depressing.
That's hard.
This is also apparently
There
depressing
were a couple of
from
depressing
Alex.
ones.
This sounds depressing too.
Here's the thing. I know Salk likes to say, momentum is the next day starting pitcher, but it seems like for the Mariners, momentum or lack of momentum is the next innings relief pitcher. And it's getting real frustrating to watch.
That's funny. That is depressing, but funny. It's clever. By the way, that's not like a sulkism. That's been around for a while. Momentum is the next day starting pitcher. I didn't invent that one. I'd like to not have credit. Thanks. Here's Isaiah.
Was that Shannon Drayer I just heard on the analysis for NBA Finals?
I doubt it.
I don't think so.
That would be surprising.
I don't think she has time for that. Baseball keeps her pretty busy.
I like the idea, though. Randomly, ESPN hired Shannon to do NBA Finals analysis.
You know what I liked? I liked the idea of you reaching out to some of our Mariners friends.
Yeah.
To come on today, and they were all like, no, I kind of need this off day.
Need a day off.
Actually, no, this is kind of a tough stretch, and I'm not going to come on and talk about it. I'd rather have an off day.
I don't blame them.
I don't either.
Here's Ethan.
Maura is the only one who knows how to do trash takes.
Wow.
Wowzers.
To be fair, it was my segment idea, so.
Lyle, how do you feel about that?
Maybe I haven't explained it.
Lyle's won more than. Lyle's boom or bust. Lyle is a 3-outcome trash take.
That's a great point.
Thank you. You know right away whether or not it's a strikeout. Right away, if it's legit, he's got a great shot to win because he's the
I would
leader
say
in the
usually
clubhouse.
you could tell because when he doesn't win, it's not a take. Usually when Lyle loses trash takes, it's because he's found something that isn't a take.
I think that's what Ethan means. I've lost before, but I don't think you've ever told me mine isn't a take.
Right,
You've told
yeah.
both of them that theirs isn't a
Right.
take.
Brock sometimes.
Mine's always been a take. It's just he doesn't like my Angel
Well,
Reese take.
sometimes you give a take that I'm like, well, but I think I agree with that.
Right.
It's not trash at all.
Yeah.
And as the trash master, Brock, obviously I know the difference.
Yes, you do.
Here's Kevin. He's annoyed at me.
So here's the thing, Mike, I did mention SGA when I mocked you for being an old man and saying, oh, Canadians don't play basketball. Yeah, they do. And that's what you've been missing out on, Mr. NBA hot take. Roll the footage, Maura. This is exactly what I was talking about. Ugh, insufferable.
Oh, yeah, Kevin, I'm sorry I didn't pay attention to every word out of your mouth.
I need that sound effect. That's pretty good. Insufferable.
Shea Gilgeous-Alexander.
Not a boy.
Nailed it. Nailed it.
And he went to... You can do it.
Oh, he played in college? I thought he just appeared
for a
here
year.
from France.
Nope.
Canada.
Oh, okay. He went to... I have no clue. I don't have.
Yeah,
I don't even have a.
Where did everybody
Blue
go?
blood?
Villanova.
No.
Kentucky.
He went to Kentucky. Of course he did. Where else would he have gone? All right. I had no idea that. You could have asked. I'm 100% guessing. Never seen the guy until 2 days ago. Never heard of him until you guys mentioned him a few weeks ago. Let's finish up with Jared.
Here's the thing. We need to have Jason Benetti and Joel Klatt on at the same time so that we can have Benetti roast Brock and Joel Klatt roast Salk and just sit back and enjoy.
That'd be good.
That would be
that
good.
or Passon and Klatt, yeah. But that would mostly be Salk. Benetti's the one that gives it.
Yeah, that's why you need Benetti.
Yeah. No, we need Benetti. No, I like that little roast, little show roast.
Divish kind of likes to roast Brock. Divish likes to roast all three of us.
Divish
Not
likes
Maura.
to roast Lyle the most,
Yeah.
I think.
Okay, so we could have Klatt for you, Benetti for me, Divish for Lyle. Who's roasting Maura?
Brett. Or Brad, rather. Brad.
No, that's not a roast.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, no, who's roasting Maura? 866-979-3776. Who's roasting Maura?
Nobody is daring enough to do that. The amount of courage you would need to roast Maura?
I'm not
G?
intimidating.
Would G?
No. G's not stupid. I heard Dave Pearson was roasting Maura yesterday.
Me and Lyle a little bit.
Right
yeah.
before he called
About
Lyle underwhelming.
Our first hour of the show yesterday was apparently underwhelming to him, too, when Lyle and I hosted before Brock and Brady came on.
Brock texted Dave Pearson, the VP of all communications extraordinaire for the Seahawks, and said, "Hey, how's our guy Lyle doing out there today?" And Dave wrote back, "Underwhelming."
Like, my bad. Next time I'll go out on the field in the middle of practice, walk right up to Mike McDonald and start mansplaining how I think the offense should be run.
You should do that.
Ooh, you got loud decibel, Lyle.
See if you could catch up, like see if you could run a route. Step in for one of the cornerbacks and be like, "Hey, no, I got this one." See if you can cover Jackson Smith and Jigba. And then you'd whelm. That's for sure. All right, you can leave us messages for Here's the Thing every week, Thursday at 8 o'clock. You just got to download our Seattle Sports app, and you can figure it out from there. It's super easy. Just leave us a message, and we'll put them together for Thursdays at 8. We'll give you everything you need to know next, and opening up the phone lines at 8:30. This could be dangerous. It's Brock and Salk, Seattle Sports on 710.
Wyman and Bob, afternoons 2 to 7.
In Cal, you're seeing a superstar start to develop. He's starting to get that national recognition. It's always been, when you talk about the Mariners, you'd sort of talk about the rotation as a whole. Sure. Talking about an individual, it's been Julio. And it feels like Cal is starting to move into that spot. Now, here's the thing. Neither, by baseball standards, are being paid as a superstar.
Dave Wyman and Bob Stelton, afternoons 2 to 7 on Seattle Sports, the app, YouTube, and your smart speaker.
Comcast Business is celebrating Small Business Month by giving you a $1,000 small business bonus when you switch to a qualifying gig speed package from the company with over 99.99% network reliability. Just imagine the thousands of possibilities of a $1,000 prepaid card. Like possibility number 1, company merch for staff. Styling. Or possibility number 24, the latest software. Upgrade. Or possibility number 192, new equipment powered by gig speeds. Or possibility number 555, a 3D printer. Rapid prototyping, anyone? Switch to Comcast Business for over 99.99% network reliability, advanced cybersecurity, and now get started with a $1,000 small business bonus. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
In 62225, new customers only with 2-year agreement. Other restrictions apply.
When you have really good leaders, it makes it easy.
Gia arrived at Lee Johnson after 10 years at another dealership.
You know your job, but then you have people who you can rely on to help you with the big stuff that you need that support from. And I've gotten that every day with my service manager, with our assistant service manager, with even like our GM and our GSM. The way that, we're now on the showroom together, we are so close-knit just as a department. My service manager here, he's always open to teach you whatever you want to know. He just wants everybody to do good around him, and if somebody wants to learn something, I'm here to do it. And I've never had a service manager like that before. They're really good at promoting from within. That's one thing that I've learned from working here. I see people start out as a lot porter, and people work their way all the way up to being a general manager.
The LJ way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
We've all been there, sleepless nights, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy knowing we're here for you. BayAlarm.com.
Jane Schwartz for Techline Roofing.
Summer is the perfect time for a new roof. Take advantage of our easy financing, summer specials, and the best warranty in the business. Have a great summer. See you next hockey season. Trust Techline.
If you've got a gas-powered engine, keep it running like new at every fill-up. Stable in-season protection is your engine's preventative medicine, cleaning and protecting the entire fuel system in season. In outdoor power equipment, prevent gum and varnish buildup that could cause a rough or non-running engine. For cars and trucks, increase fuel efficiency and power by removing deposits, ensuring your engine's long-term health. Stable outperforms the competition in independent lab testing. So at every fill-up, start with Stable.
Progressive Home Quote Explorer lets you easily compare rates, so shopping for insurance might be the easiest part of owning a home. Definitely easier than this.
Psst, honey. Honey! What? Shh, there's a salesman walking up the driveway.
Oh no, he's got a clipboard.
What do we do? Get down. Down?
On the floor, you...
Shoot, did he see us?
Why are you breathing so loud?
Home ownership isn't easy, but with Progressive's Home Quote Explorer, shopping for home insurance is. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Comparison rates not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy.
Heading outdoors or on the water this weekend? Check in with Joey and Nelly on the Outdoor Line from 6 to 8 a.m. every Saturday on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
Experience the thrill of a lifetime this summer with a share of $320,000 in prizes. We're making waves every Saturday in June from 3 to 10 p.m. with double winners every hour. Come one, come all to the Coastal Carnival of Cash. Claim one free daily entry. Don't forget, your Reef Rewards card can save you up to 25 cents per gallon at Lummi Bay Market next to Silver Reef. Silver Reef Casino Resort, located off I-5 exit 260.
This is for all you guys on Viagra. ED pills are no longer needed. The brutal side effects like 4-hour headaches, blurred vision, and that flush feeling can all be put behind you with our treatment. Here at West Coast Men's Health, we have a better approach to ED. Acoustic wave therapy creates blood flow circulation by safely removing the plaque in your arteries and restoring function naturally. Guys, let me be clear. Pills will never fix your problem. Our equipment is the latest technology, and our medical staff is the best in the industry. So give West Coast Men's Health a call today. Speak with our clinic manager. Ask him any question you like, how it works, the science behind it, and even the cost. If you suffer from ED or Peyronie's disease, give West Coast Men's Health a call today. It's not just about better health. It's about a better life.
With clinics in Redmond and Tacoma, call 206-519-6541. That's 206-519-6541. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
Summertime is Pacific Power Batteries time. Okay, maybe that's a stretch. But we do sell more batteries in the spring and summer because you folks are all out there doing stuff. Golf carting and boating and buzzing around on stuff that needs batteries. When's a good time? How about tomorrow? We're open 7 days a week to test any battery and let you know the honest answer. Summertime and the cranking is easy. Happy trails from Pacific Power Batteries.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Gotta hope that this is the bottom. Gotta hope that this is the very low point of this season. But Mariners in a free fall right now. I don't know what gets them out of it. They were swept out of Arizona. Even worse, Brock, I mean, they're outscored 23-9 over the course of those 3 games. That is scoring obviously just 3 runs a game and giving up nearly 8. They've lost 8 of their last 9. And it's really bizarre. I mean, like, Rosarena's hitting. Julio's hitting. Cal's been Cal. JP's been JP. Like, these guys are all hitting. And the team is still just not able to do much of anything. Dan Wilson talking here about kind of the positives.
The attitude has been there. The energy's been there. Everything's been there. Except the results. We've got to change the results. And we will get there. Like I said, we'll regroup and, be ready to start out on Friday.
Okay, well, they're going to need to do that. Today is an off day. Don't know if it'll be an action day or not. Brian Wu giving up 5 runs in the 6th inning yesterday. Eugenio Suarez, of course it would be Eugenio Suarez doing the damage. I mean, you have to at least laugh at that. Even like sometimes you got to laugh through the pain. You got to at least chuckle. Gino, of all people, being the one to win that game yesterday,
I
right?
mean, if you want me to take some truth serum, when I was standing out there at practice with Maura yesterday, I did start laughing when I saw Gino hit a grand slam.
Of course he did. I mean, like, again, it's similar to the Abe Toro grand slam off Kendall Graveman, which was unbelievable for the Mariners front office, and this was just the opposite of it. But you got to chuckle at that, right, Brock?
Still a little frustrated, right? That inning opens, Corbin Carroll with a single, Marte with a single. We talked about how hard it is to string a bunch of hits. And then, there's an out, and he has Naylor on a full count.
Yep.
And Naylor's a good player.
He's a really good hitter.
He's a real good hitter, real good fit just about anywhere. 3-2, backup slider. If the pitch kind of challenge system was up, it's a strike. It hit the corner of the plate, and you could see the umpire right there in that moment. It was almost like, who am I going to give the credit to here? Woo or Naylor? Woo or Naylor? It was a 50-50. Like, am I going to call this? Or it was a walk. And then obviously the grand slam followed. He strikes him out. Probably gets out of that inning. 6 shutout innings. Maybe they find a way to win, but just not getting the breaks, not getting the calls, not making it happen on their own end as well.
All right, so off day today, as we said, then 6-game homestand, Guardians and Red Sox, Luis Castillo tomorrow. And I think the best news, Logan Gilbert likely back on Monday. You get your ace back on the hill against the Red Sox.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
Look like full attendance for mandatory minicamp, and by all accounts, great attendance for all of these OTAs, which is why the Seahawks were able to cancel quite a few of the practices. The veterans now won't be back until the start of training camp, which was just announced yesterday. That's going to be July 23rd. Mike McDonald, I love this whole comment here on where they're at.
Yeah, you try to put it in perspective. The feeling you want coming out, like going into the whole offseason program, we wanted to be tough and connected. I think we're on our way to being tough. We haven't had to prove it yet with pads on, but definitely feel like we're a connected group. I think we've made a lot of strides confidence-wise in the schemes that we're running and understand what's expected and just how we roll here in general. So really excited about this group. They're a lot of fun to coach. I think I speak for the whole coaching staff when I say that. And yeah, it's good that we're going into a break here so we can kind of regather and take a breath and then kind of recalibrate going into camp. But I'll tell you what, I think speak for the whole team. We're really excited to get this thing going, starting a training camp.
Kind of love that, right? Like, hey, we can't really tell about the toughness yet, but the connectivity, that's kind of what we're working on. And I think I love the way he talked about it. I thought that was very
tough and connected.
It was positive while still being realistic.
Yeah, Brady and I played a bunch of sound and mic from the day before as well. So he wrapped up his off season with back-to-back days with the press. And so just the comfort in the skin, the stuff that we talked about over the course of last season, stuff we talked about even when we interviewed him a couple weeks ago when he came on the show, and just, things that he would say this year he wouldn't say last year. It was a great soundbite talking about Sam Darnold just got some bleep to him. He's not saying that a year ago. I mean, he's just not, right? As he's trying to figure out, how do I want to communicate? What do I want to share? You could see his wheel. You could feel his wheels turning last year and a lot of the communication where it was like, do I want to say this? What if I say this? How's this going to be perceived? Versus now, I think he too is much more connected with the way he wants to message.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Upset watch, I would say, in the NBA Finals after the Pacers win Game 3.
9-point lead, they get it in. J-Dub fires from 40, no good. And the Pacers hang on. They beat Oklahoma City 116-107 and have grabbed a 2-games-to-1 lead in the NBA Finals against the best team in the NBA all season long.
I don't think anyone saw that coming. But certainly cool. I watched a lot of it. Is that who that was? Kesty?
Got a little Gras sound to him.
Yeah. Kesty's a really nice guy. Do you know him at all? Like one of the all-time nicest dudes.
Done a couple games with him when I was doing the NFL.
And,
on radio. And oh man, is he a sweetheart.
Kesty's a really nice guy, and he's good at what he does.
He shoots airball.
Kesty was one of the great Sports Center on radio hosts, like Sports Center update hosts. Truly incredible at it. Yep. Anyway, Pacers win, shocker, and it was fun to watch, even bigger shocker.
You know what I'm going to be curious, Salk? They always used to say about the NBA, right? Got to have 3 stars. Got to have LeBron, got to have Wade, got to have Bosh. Got to have 3 stars. And both of these two teams that are in the finals are showing you, no, you don't. Actually, you need like 8 or 9 or 10 guys that can play all play their role well, all do what they do particularly well, have great length, play great defense, share the ball, and actually that recipe that is won in basketball for I don't know how many years in the NCAA, this feels like an NCAA tournament.
Yeah,
like,
it has been cool.
Final Four.
I'll tell you, the first time I've enjoyed watching in quite some time. I know I've been loving the Stanley Cup final, really the whole playoffs this year. Game 4 tonight, Florida up 2-1. And let's check in and see what's going on at Oakmont, Brock. JJ Spawn still 4 under through 13. Gary Wood. It's funny, a lot of the guys there are guys that play well at the U.S. Open. Gary Woodland, kind of back from tremendous. I mean, what he went through was unbelievable. Oberg is there at 2 under, which is cool. Adam Scott 1 under. Rory McIlroy 1 under. And on the other side of it, poor Justin Hicks. He and Evan Beck are now 11 over through 13. They're playing together? Oh, no. Poor guys.
You got 3 amateurs in the bottom 5. 7 over, 8 over, 11 over.
Yeah, that's not good. That's not what you're looking for. There's a lot, but there are like names that are well over par too. Like, let me give you
Patrick
a couple.
Cantlay. Yeah,
Shane Lowry is 4 over. Keegan Bradley is 4 over. Patrick
Dustin
Cantlay,
Rhodes.
you mentioned, was 5 over. I don't know if he still is.
4.
I mean, yeah, like there's some dudes out there. Cameron Smith 3 over. Cam Davis 3 over. It is sort of fun when
So
you see the
legitimately,
carnage.
legitimately,
Yeah,
Salk,
all right,
if
that's
you had to
everything you
play
need
the
to know.
tips, because you heard Justin Thomas, all these guys are
Yes.
asked about. There's a cool little segment on, those floating around about what would an 18 handicapper. I know you don't keep your handicap, but you'd probably be around that, right?
I mean, playing from the tips, I don't know. But yes, I mean, like I'm playing from the whites, which is normally where I play. I'm probably around a 13 handicap.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So from the tips, you're an 18 handicap.
Okay.
Yeah. So from the tips, you're an 18 handicap. So
Okay.
if you had to play that course
From the tips.
and from the tips, and like legitimately, there's no
Right, no strict rules of golf.
strict rules. There's no, we hit a grounder just off the tee, and you got to
Right.
You got to play from there. Do you think you legitimately? I heard these pros saying
200?
like 110, 120. I'm like, no chance.
No chance.
You get in the rough, you're not even finding your ball.
Yeah, I mean,
number
you'd have to
one.
play it totally differently. You wouldn't be able to play it like they do. Like you'd have to play it trying to make bogey or double on every hole.
Yeah, I don't think you'd break 150.
I don't think I would.
And I don't think I would either.
Yeah, I
Like
don't either. Yeah.
I don't think you'd break 150.
No.
With those greens, with the rough.
Yeah, they could be impossible.
You'd hit in the rough.
I don't think I broke 150 at Greyhawk. I don't know how I'd break 150 at Oakmont. All right, coming up next, Brock, we said we'd open up the phone lines, and we're going to do that. 866-979-3776. 866-979-3776. Off days are often action days. What action is there to take place today? I can't come up with a lot, to be perfectly honest. So I'm curious if that conversation is too hard, and it might be. I'm not casting aspersions. Right. What is the biggest problem? I guess would probably be the next question I would ask. So what action could be taken today, and what is the biggest problem? Maybe those two things are related. Maybe not. Maybe the biggest problem isn't something you can take action on. Let me actually amend it. What realistic action should they take today? I don't want to hear something unrealistic. That's kind of boring. Like, I get it. It's sensational. It's fun to say at the time, but I don't care about the unrealistic action. What realistic action could or should the Mariners take today to try to turn this thing around? Or if that one's too hard, and it might be, what's the problem? We kind of went through a bunch of them earlier, but what do you think the biggest one is? So 866-979-3776. I've seen a lot of activity on the text line. We'll take some phone calls next.
Bump and Stacy.
Joined right now by Seahawks wide receiver Cooper Kupp, which still feels kind of weird for me to say. Does it feel weird to hear still?
Yeah, I'm getting used to it. How would you describe this group as far as the potential of this squad?
I think the thing that's really cool is we got guys that can do everything. Hey, I can be involved in the run game. I can be involved in the third level of the defense. I can attack. So like, when you have guys that can do everything, makes it really cool to be able to move guys around and be able to say, hey, look, you don't know where it's going to be coming from.
Bump and Stacy. Weekdays 10 to 2 on Seattle Sports, the app, YouTube, and your smart speaker.
Hey, Mike Salk here, and yes, we're gearing up for summer in Western Washington. You know what that means. Beach, barbecue, golf, vacation maybe that you've been looking forward to, right? Well, you're going to take pictures. Someone's going to take pictures of you during that whole thing. Don't you want to look and feel your best? You can. Eastside Weight Loss Clinic can help. They certainly helped me. I lost 15 pounds in just the first 2 weeks, ended up losing 35 pounds overall in just 8 weeks. So there's time. Schedule a 15-minute, no-obligation consultation right now. Go to eastsideweightlossclinic.com, and here's what to expect. Safe, healthy, sustainable weight loss, no exercise, no pills, no injections, no surgery, all real food that you buy at the grocery store, not even any fake food, all real stuff. So you will lose weight and look and feel your very best. That feeling is just on the other end of your 15-minute phone consultation. The secret? You'll get it. Schedule your quick intro today at eastsideweightlossclinic.com. Dr. Ryan Coogan, D.C. Results may vary.
Get 0% financing for 72 months on Cat compact construction equipment at NC Machinery. Built for performance, durability, and comfort. Buy now and take advantage of 0% financing for 72 months at NC Machinery.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
Need a new roof now? With State Roofing and Exteriors, you can get started with zero down, zero payments, and zero interest for up to 24 months. That's right. Protect your home now and pay later. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com today.
I'm attorney Rob Iddens, proud Marine Corps veteran and owner of Warrior Injury Law. We help all types of injury victims like Sean, who was rear-ended in a car accident.
They're just easy to work with. They're fast. I like the fact that he had military service. I can see a lot of Marine in Rob. He's very in charge, really gets things done. But I didn't have to do anything. He offered me a settlement, had a number in my head, was nearly double that. I would refer absolutely anybody to Rob.
If you've been injured, call us at 253-WARRIOR. Warrior Injury Law. Battle tested. Eddie's!
Bonneville International radio station contests are open to participants 18 years of age or older that are residents of Washington State unless otherwise specified. Employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or any entity associated with the contests are not eligible to win unless the station otherwise specifies at its own discretion. Persons who have won in the last 60 days from a station contest or event may not be eligible. Full general contest rules are available on seattlesports.com or in person at the station during regular business hours.
The home of the Mariners.
Left off to center. It is on its way. Julio, 2-run home run.
Hear every pitch on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
Overburdened with a bunch of stuff you don't want anymore, but feel bad throwing it away? John here with Happy Hauler, Seattle's eco-friendly junk removal. We prioritize donating and recycling. We'll help get your items to those in need instead of going to the landfill. At Happy Hauler, we pride ourselves on responsibility, community, and sustainability. We're a family-run small business that provides junk removal, donations, and recycling. Make yourself, your community, and the planet happy. It's time to reclaim your space. HappyHauler.com, hauling with a heart.
The secret's out on what Western Washington dads want for Father's Day. A beautiful green lawn that they don't have to mow or water. One they can use to host, play with their kids, and even practice chipping. Synthetic Turf Northwest has your solution. Low-maintenance lawns they'll install anywhere in Western Washington. Take advantage of their Father's Day sale for up to $1,500 off a new lawn. Perfectly installed through June. Synthetic Turf Northwest, your green lawn solution. SyntheticTurfNorthwest.com.
The sun is shining. It's a beautiful day out for baseball here at T-Mobile Park.
Home. Home is where you gather. With friends. With family.
Ball to right field. It continues. Jorge Polanco.
Sometimes even folks you don't know. But in a way, you do. Because you share at least one thing in common. And one thing can be pretty powerful when it's multiplied by 40,000.
Everybody on their feet.
here at T-Mobile Park.
Mariners baseball. Welcome home.
Don't miss next week's showdown at T-Mobile Park between the Mariners and Red Sox. The boys from Beantown are visiting for a 3-game set Monday, June 16th through Wednesday, June 18th. Catch Cal Raleigh and the crew as they take on the Red Sox in this marquee matchup. Lock in your seats now at mariners.com/tickets.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Matt in Oregon says, Salk, your handicap is 18 per 18 holes, not 9. That's pretty funny. All right, 866-979-3776 is our phone number. We got about 20 minutes or so built here to take some of your phone calls. 866-979-3776. And the question, and I get, maybe it is too hard a question because the phone lines are not exactly jam-packed for a day where I figured there would be a lot of opinion from Mariner fans, essentially, like what kind of realistic action should they take today? And maybe one of the reasons that that's a hard question to answer is because there's not a lot of realistic action they can take today that I feel would make a huge difference. You want to bring up Harry Ford? Okay, you could do that. And now you're going to put, 3 rookies in your everyday lineup?
Right.
That doesn't feel right. I mean, we've talked about it before. I think they've tried to avoid bringing him up to not play him very often. But you bring up Harry Ford now, and then you're going to, put Ben Williamson, Harry Ford, and Cole Young as the 7, 8, 9 in your lineup on some days? That's going to help your team. I mean, maybe it will. I don't know. Or Lockley, or same thing. You want 3 or 4 rookies in your lineup? That would surprise me. If that's the direction you want to go in order to really change things. By the way, they did bring up Cole Young a week or so ago, almost 2 weeks ago. He's been okay, but it hasn't changed the trajectory of the season. You start thinking about the guys that are really struggling, right? I mean, Donovan Solano was the guy who we all pointed at and were like, okay, this has to go. He's been unbelievable since then.
Let's slow our roll. Unbelievable.
Lyle gave the numbers earlier over the course of the last month. Give me the Donovan Solano numbers again over the course of the last month. He's been good. He's been a good hitter.
He's been fine. Yeah, he's been good.
In the last month.
Let's not call him unbelievable.
Compared to where he was, he's been unbelievable.
In the last month, he's hitting about 290. His OPS is 791. His WRC plus is 135. So he's been 35% above league average, and he's striking out 14% of the time.
That's pretty good. I mean, enough so that you want an action? Here's an action I would like to see. I can't believe I'm going to say this out loud, and I'm going to regret this.
Oh, no.
I'd like to see Donovan Solano play against some righties. He's never been a huge platoon guy before. If he's hitting and he's hot, play him. Play the guy.
Where? At first?
Sure. You need to see the eclipse? How about DH instead of Garver? There's ways to get him into the lineup. I'd like to see, for at least now, ride the hot hand. Let's see Donovan Solano if he's starting to hit the ball well. He can hit righties. He's always been fine against righties. There's a small piece of that's a small little action I guess you could take today.
All right.
But I get why it's difficult. You're not going to make a trade for Ryan O'Hearn today. He's not available yet. What action? You're going to fire a hitting coach? I think we've been down that road. That's not going to happen. You want to fire the bullpen coach because you're not happy with the bullpen? That's not going to do. I'm struggling to come up with what the action could be that truly gets the team moving in the right direction right now. And unfortunately, the idea of patience, while often a virtue, involves sitting here and watching as this team has gone 11-20 in their last 31 games.
Yeah, I mean, the one thing you cannot say, and I know some of the frustration too, Salk, and some of the fatigue is goodness gracious. One of those here's the thing was, I've seen this script before. Molly, my lovely wife, little momzilla right now, as we're getting ready for this wedding, she'll just say, do you realize, I could record you, and these are the same conversations you've had for year after year after year after year after year. Right now, one thing that is a little different, and I would push back on some Mariners fans, they made some moves. This has not just been inactivity. Tavares, they gave a month, took a flyer, spent some money on him, spent some millions on him, right, to see if he could kind of fit when there was a need through injury and everything else. And the dude can run. The guy had a nice season a couple years ago, and unfortunately, he just can't hit. So we have to make a move and send him down. Cole Young had a brilliant month and a half, was absolutely blistering hot in Tacoma, was saying to the organization, give me my shot. Give me my shot. I'm ready to go. And they make the move, and they bring him up, and they've been playing him a ton. And frankly, I kind of like it. Just my eye. Like, I kind of like the way he plays. I like the way he plays second base. Kind of like some of the snap that he's got. He's starting to put, some games together here, feeling a little more comfortable. Like, they've already made a couple moves. The bullpen, they moved up and down and up and down and up and down, up and down, trying to get guys as they've been exhausting, those. So this has not been a situation where they've just sat on their hands for the first 60-something games. They've actually made, I think, the moves to this point, Salk, they can make.
Yeah.
I don't think there's much action they can make today.
I think the pushback on that, Brock, would be outside of Cole Young getting called up. The moves you're referencing are not the moves people have been looking for. And that dates back to farther than just this season.
The problem is the moves you're looking for can't be made in April and May, right? The kind of moves you want, those players aren't available in April and May. The time to get those players was in December. They're not. You can't go get a game-changing player in May. If you want a game-changing player, you've got to find one in the offseason or maybe at the deadline. Right.
If you wanted Josh Naylor, and they pecked around.
Yep.
By all accounts and everything that we know on and off the record, they made a lot of calls. They made some offers, contracts to some of the different players there at first base, and they just couldn't coalesce in a deal, either with a free agent or making a trade. How much different would this team be if Josh Naylor was in your lineup every single day with that eye, those quality at-bats, the damage that he does right in the middle of your lineup with Cal?
I don't know. Wouldn't he be hitting like 075 if he played for the Mariners? Isn't that what I always hear? I don't know. I agree with you. But how much did you want to give up for a guy for 1 year? Did you want to go big in terms of if you were going to go do that, why weren't you trying to go after Pete Alonso? Why weren't you trying
because those are huge money guys. This is not a huge money guy.
But you still were going to have to give something up of
significance. What Arizona gave up, and I know it's not always comp for comp,
right?
And I get that, but they didn't have to give up a top 10 prospect, right? They gave up the number 13 guy in their armor to be prospect. That's what they did.
Yeah,
and took on $13 million. You could have took on $13 million this year. You could have. You easily could have with Tellez and Tavares.
And I don't know what they were looking for from the Mariners, so it's a little hard to make
Polanco,
that comp.
right there is $13 million.
Yeah.
Polanco was 7.5. Right. Tavares is 3. Solano's a couple million. Tellez is $1 million.
Right. This is
15,
that's the point
million.
we've been talking about. And Naylor's just one example. Maybe there's a better one. But the idea is just rather than spreading because they did spend some money. We talked about it. It's $50 million this year, $50 million last year on guys that are giving you negative WAR. Like, you're not spending the money well. You have to spend that money well.
The one I'm going to continue circling back to right now is Paul Goldschmidt. Dude has had an unbelievable year, and instead of allocating all that money to a couple of the different guys, you go get Paul Goldschmidt for $12.5 million, or even overpay a little bit to get him. Man, you look at his 132 WRC plus right now. He's OPS and way over 800. Like, that's one right there.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I'm sure it helps to be in a lineup with Aaron Judge and hitting a crappy Yankee Stadium and all that. Like, all those things help, but the point is still a very valid one. Like, how you got to spend the money right. You especially if you don't have $200 million to spend. The money you spend, you've got to be right on. That's why I talk about the Milwaukees and the Tampas and all of the teams that aren't given gigantic payrolls that still succeed. They spend their money incredibly well. 866-979-3776. Start opening up the phone lines here. Let me try Mark in Brennan. Good morning, Mark.
Hey, good morning, guys. Just a few things, Mike and Brock. So Solano, Moore, Feliz, Garver, those guys, I get Solano, but we could move a couple away from a couple of those guys. And sure, bring up the big left fielder in the minors, bring up Ford. Let's get those guys up there and let's get them going. And the last thing about Julio, we need to move him back in the lineup some, get him back in 7, 8, 9. The thing about Julio is, and we've been talking about this for 2 years, what happened to his power? He doesn't have any power. And the reason for that is so obvious that Julio doesn't, you're not going to hit for power if you're swinging at pitches outside the zone. Julio's average is decent, but if you look at his average, his average is what it is because he's beating out infield hits that he ticks around the infield. He's not going to hit for power. Judge isn't going to hit for power. If you're swinging at pitches in on your hands and off the plate, until Julio gets some plate discipline, he's not going to get any pitches from any pitcher in the major league to drive the ball.
All right. We get it. Thank you, Mark. Appreciate the phone call. There's probably some truth in that. Julio's pretty darn good this last week. I mean, Julio's been pretty good for the last week or so.
Some of the next level numbers are remarkable of how little he's getting the ball in the air.
Yes.
And I think Goldie talked about that yesterday. He had a kind of a pulse, like, man, like just drive the ball.
Yeah, I got my own thoughts on the Julio thing. It's a bigger picture conversation than right now. Maybe you do move him down in the lineup. I don't know. Maybe shaking up the whole lineup. It just does something to just show that there's like an action that's being taken, even if it's not necessarily sensical. Just like, hey, let's just move some guys around in the lineup and see what happens if we do it a little bit differently. I wouldn't have a problem with that. I mean, it's just when there's no action to be taken, you're doing something just for the sake of doing it. But
I will tell you this. I'll tell you this, man.
I wouldn't mind
if
that.
I'm facing Julio, I am never throwing him a first pitch strike.
No.
He's swinging. He's swinging wherever it is.
Sure
like
feels that
if
way.
it's in on his hands, if it's a foot off the plate, that dude is swinging at the first pitch.
It has been my Julio thing for a long time, right? He just swings it literally, not even where they are, just too many pitches. Just swinging a lower percentage of pitches. But he's walking more than he has. He's striking out less than he has. He's starting to hit the ball. I just think Julio gets in between when you start talking to him about right field. Like, that guy has to hit balls to left field, pull them for home runs. He's really good at it. That's just my thought on Julio. 866-979-3776. Let me try Cameron in San Jose. Good morning, Cameron.
Hey, fellas. I'm really surprised they haven't tried to kick the cans on JD Martinez. I mean, I find it hard to believe that you feel like if you plugged him in, he would do worse than some of the DH options or some of the other hitters in the lineup currently. Is there any reason why we haven't heard there's been no smoke with that at all? Is it just the money or he doesn't want to come here?
I mean, he hasn't signed anywhere, so I don't know exactly what that is. It's not like, I don't know. I mean, the easy answer is just I don't know. I don't know whether they're interested or not. I don't know why they wouldn't be.
The speculation, though, would be after 60-something days for a guy that's made $100 million is I'm not playing for a league minimum.
Right.
I'm just not playing for that.
But even if you offered him a decent salary, like, does he want to come here? Right. Like, hey, I'm JD Martinez. I kind of choose where I want to go and if I want to go anywhere at this point. Mm-hmm. I don't know whether this is a spot where he's like, oh, yeah, that's going to help me get my next contract.
I would think if this keeps up for the next couple of weeks, Salk, if they kind of just lose series after series after series and they're 5, 6, 7 games under 500, by the time we reach the end of the month, I would think that the next logical step would have to be Harry Ford at that point. Another grand slam last night, a double, doing kind of what Cole Young did there, and just be done with Mitch Garver. Just like, I'm sorry, this just didn't work. And, if we're 90, 100 games into this thing, like we've got to at least get him up. We've got to get
I can understand. Again, that makes sense to me, and I don't disagree. But I'm looking at a potential lineup at the moment, Brock.
I understand.
That would include Harry Ford, Dominic Canzone, Cole Young, and Ben Williamson.
That's right.
And I'll admit I'm struggling with how you're going to have at that point. What's that? 4 rookies in one lineup? That's a lot.
Canzone, not quite a rookie, but yes.
God, he's basically a rookie. Okay, fine. Take Canzone out if you want, but
yes,
that's a lot of really young players with almost no experience all at the same time. Hey, Polanco played second base yesterday, so maybe that he's working his way back into being able to play second and opening up that DH spot for somebody else, and maybe then JD Martinez, because for a while
but if he's
you
playing
needed
second,
the
where's
DH
Cole
spot.
Young?
Well, maybe you're not going to play Cole Young, or maybe he's going to play some third base. I don't know. I don't know what that looks like, but at least you got a chance to see that he's capable of getting out there again. Of course, he's still not really hitting, so I don't know what that looks like. I don't know. 866-979-3776.
Getting a lot of I don't knows out of you, like IDUNNO. I don't know.
I don't know. I just don't know. Let me try Aaron in Vancouver. What's up, Aaron?
Hey, good morning, fellas. Okay, so yeah, you want some action. Here's the thought. How about go out there and stop talking sunshine, roses, lollipops at Dan Wilson. I mean, honestly, Dan Wilson comes out. He tries to be positive. I know it's his virgin or whatever, maiden voyage here in coaching. But no, you guys, you're sucking at situational ball. Say it, proclaim that and take some action. And like you said, put Solano out there at first base. I don't care. Somebody that's going to get us some production. And if it has to be 4 rookies, then do it. But stop telling me that you're just, we're putting the bat to the ball. We're doing all right with this and that. No, be honest like Julio said. Come on.
Mm-hmm. I appreciate the shout out, the maiden voyage, virgin voyage.
I heard you screwed that one up yesterday.
All the different voyages, yes. Yeah, do you want a little more fire from Dan? I mean, wouldn't that...
The problem with that is that's not really who he is.
No, and at this juncture, 67 games into the season, that would signal to a clubhouse, to players, panic and desperation. That you don't do that 67 games. When the first tenet of your foundation is grace, and we're going to give each other grace, and we're going to be interconnected in that way, and we're going to care about each other, and we're going to, you can't do that amidst the first prolonged real slump and adversity. Because to me, that would just you get players going, oh yeah, all right,
right.
You can talk all that, but when it gets hard and adversity's coming, you're going to walk and you're going to panic and you're going to unleash. No, that's not.
Yeah, I don't think that's I would tend to agree with you. I think that's one of those things that we'll all have to live with. Right, like if Dan's going to be the manager of the team, you're going to get a lot of positivity and a lot of cliche in the post-game press conferences, and that's going to be frustrating to a lot of us. And there's nothing we can do about it. And it probably isn't going to, nor should it change. It's just, it is who he is. So you just got to let him be him, right?
But behind the scenes? So you can do all of that then out front, criticize privately, praise publicly. Is there going to be something in the next, again, couple weeks, if this becomes a 2-month prolonged slump? Right, and you see a real challenge. Is there going to be some things?
This is a 2-month proc. If they do the same thing for another month, they're going to be like 10 games out.
Right.
I mean, like the problem with that is you can't do this for another month. You said earlier that through the injuries they've been sustaining and keeping their head above water. For the last month, they've not been. I mean, they're playing an unsustainable level of baseball. They're 11-20 in their last 31 games.
Correct.
You do that again, you're going to fall 10 games farther behind 500. So you cannot do this for another month. You could play 500 ball maybe and have a conversation at the end of that about what's really happening. But if you if you finish out June into July, if you get to the All-Star break playing the same level of ball you've been playing for the last month, you're toast.
Selling.
No, I mean that's the end of your season. And I don't even know what they have to. They're not a good selling team. They don't have a lot of obvious sell candidates. So. Yeah, Brock, that's not possible. So you've got to find a way to take action if there is action to be taken before it's too late.
Have we heard from the young Lyle yet? The underwhelming Lyle?
No.
Lyle, is there any action that Lyle wants to take today on a moving day? Any action he would possibly take?
I don't know how much there is to do. I just don't know. I'm kind of with Salk. I don't know what you can do that's going to really transform the team here on June the 12th. Like, there's guys I'd love to see them acquire. I don't know if there's teams out there that want to trade away guys yet, because with the expanded playoff, there's not many sellers on June the 12th.
Look. The reality of this is what we all know to be true. They needed to do more in the offseason. They didn't do it. This is not brain surgery. They needed to do more in the offseason. They didn't do it.
All right, so you said it for me. Yeah.
Well, I mean, like, that's it. This is what we knew in spring training, is what we've always known. They needed to do more, and they didn't do it. They needed to do more, and instead they said they were going to hire, their new manager and hitting coach was going to fix everything. But that doesn't make sense, because that's not how baseball works. Like, that's really the extent of this. It's the same lineup for the most part that we saw last year. And now it's starting to show a lot of the same problems. Maybe it will get fixed again, because we saw in May what it looks like when it's at its best. Or in April, rather, into May. That was unbelievable. We saw the incredible power of what it's capable of when it all works exactly the right way. But it feels like one of those complicated pieces of machinery where if one thing gets off, then the next thing, and then it takes the next thing, and now all of a sudden everything's off the tracks. And now half your things are working well, and you're still not hitting. Julio's hitting, Cal's hitting, Williamson's hitting, JP's hitting. Who am I missing? Solano's hitting. Like, you just keep naming guys are all hitting, and it's not working. Something is wrong with the gears. They're not, and it just turns out that you needed to do more in the offseason. And we knew they needed to do more. And we said it the other day. They spent money on some things that haven't worked over the last not just 2 years, but we were specifically looking at those 2 years. There was money to be spent, and it was spent poorly. And then they didn't do enough in the offseason. And they said that they were of the belief that coaching and et cetera, that was going to change things. And if the last month is to be believed, it's not. If the first month is to be believed, it is. We'll see which direction it goes over the next month.
Yeah, but this is a critical juncture now.
Very.
This is not early. As you said, this is a 30-game stretch here where you're going to be at 90 games before the All-Star break, and you play at this level, right? You play at, what did we say, 11 and 20 level?
Yeah.
For the next 30 games, you're done. You're out of it, right?
I can't, even last year, I don't remember them playing 11 and 20. Have they ever done, when's the last time they did that? Did they go 11 and 20 at a point last year?
14 games over 500.
I know. Yeah.
14 games over 500 and then fell to 500. So, yeah, that 2-month stretch, you could do that math.
Yeah, we talked about it earlier. 500. They lost 8 of 9 at one point last year, just like they have this year.
Yeah.
Then they had an off day. Okay, we'll be right back. Brock's going to take us through some football stuff. In fact, we got a lot of football in the final hour of the show. Appreciate it. It's an off day. I think we got to all take a little break from it. We'll come back and talk more later. Cooler heads will all prevail. We'll come back here in just a moment with some football talk on Brock and Salk.
Wyman and Bob, afternoons 2 to 7.
In Cal, you're seeing a superstar start to develop. He's starting to get that national recognition. It's always been, when you talk about the Mariners, you'd sort of talk about the rotation as a whole. Sure. Talking about an individual, it's been Julio. And it feels like Cal is starting to move into that spot. Now, here's the thing. Neither, by baseball standards, are being paid as a superstar.
Dave Wyman and Bob Stelton, afternoons 2 to 7 on Seattle Sports, the app, YouTube, and your smart speaker.
At Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton, experience the power of choice. Whether you're cruising in a fuel-sipping Prius, tackling trails in a rugged Tacoma, hauling with the mighty Tundra, or commuting in comfort with the Camry or RAV4, your perfect Toyota is waiting. Whether you're in the north or the south, they've got you covered. 2 locations, endless possibilities. Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton, the power of choice is yours. Visit their incredible team and beautiful showrooms today or online at toyotaofkirkland.com and toyotaofrenton.com.
Comcast Business is celebrating Small Business Month by giving you a $1,000 small business bonus when you switch to a qualifying gig speed package from the company with over 99.99% network reliability. Just imagine the thousands of possibilities of a $1,000 prepaid card. Like possibility number 1, company merch for staff. Styling. Or possibility number 24, the latest software. Upgrade. Or possibility number 192, new equipment powered by gig speeds. Or possibility number 555, a 3D printer. Rapid prototyping, anyone? Switch to Comcast Business for over 99.99% network reliability, advanced cybersecurity, and now get started with a $1,000 small business bonus. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
In 6/22/25, new customers only with 2-year agreement. Other restrictions apply.
Hey, Brock Hewitt here for my friends at PCF Group, or People Come First Construction Group, and that's exactly what they did when we made the call a couple years ago. We wanted to redo our outdoor space, wanted to add a deck, an outdoor living, a television, and a kitchen, and PCF Group, wow, they more than delivered. And if you're interested in building a stunning outdoor area like we did, I cannot recommend them enough. Reach out before the good weather arrives, and their schedule, well, it's going to fill up. So whether you're looking for a complete outdoor living space or a very specific project like an underdeck ceiling, deck, patio cover, railings, PCF has you covered. Design now and pay later. In fact, get 12 months, no interest and no payments, and up to $6,000 off and a $1,000 Amazon gift card. Request a complimentary design and estimate consultation at 425-629-8476 or project ideas. Explore photos at pcfgroup.com. That's 425-629-8476.
Free consultations, no fee guarantees, 5-star reviews. J.P. Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains the importance of going beyond these familiar offerings.
Accident victims want an attorney, Tom, that satisfies their needs. Someone who handles those needs with the highest degree of care. Pendergast Law offers the no-fee guarantees and free consultations, but these only scratch the surface.
Okay, explain more.
We make sure that every member of our team is genuinely passionate about helping others. Customer service and communication are our top priority. It's how we take care of our clients so they always feel one step ahead of the insurance companies. Our strong reputation for high standards provides comfort and confidence when it's needed most.
Pendergast Law offers the free consultations, the no-fee guarantees, and, of course, they are 5-star rated. But what really makes them different is their genuine passion for helping others. I can't recommend them enough.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
That's PendergastLaw.com.
We at Three Tree Roofing understand that your home is your castle. That's why our certified technicians use state-of-the-art installation methods to deliver the highest warranties available. Check out our hundreds of online reviews and schedule a free estimate to see for yourself. Three Tree Roofing, your Puget Sound roofing experts.
Cracked windshields happen, and if your car has a forward-facing camera, it needs to be recalibrated. All-Star Auto Glass is the professional choice for windshield replacement, repair, and recalibration. Call All-Star Auto Glass today.
Keeping your engines healthy means protecting them in season and out. Experts trust Stable to do that, and third-party testing confirms it. Stable is the industry leader in preventing fuel-related issues, no matter if you use it in your car, boat, or outdoor power equipment. In season or out, at every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable.
Whoa, it's you, the Capital One Bank guy.
That's what they call me.
Mind if I get a selfie?
Yeah, sure thing. Say no fees or minimums on your Capital One checking account.
Wow, that's a keeper. So, where are you heading?
I'm off to spread the good news that Capital One helps people keep more money in their wallet with no overdraft fees.
Oh, you're the best Capital One Bank guy.
Hey, mind if I get a selfie?
Sure.
Say, Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/bank for details. Capital One NA, member FDIC.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Get in the freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
I don't read the internet, guys.
Take the bull by the hands.
And Brooke Ewart. And Brooke Ewart.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Ewart and Mike Salk.
All right, final hour today, Brock and Salk show, and we are going to hear, unfortunately, we've had so much going on, but I do want to hear from Lyle and Maura about their trip to Seahawks practice yesterday. We'll do that at 9:30. I promise. We have some time set aside before Trash Takes to hear from Lyle and Maura. We'll do that in 30 minutes. But, Brock, we are coming down the final stretch here. OTAs are over. Minicamp's now over. But when we plan this...
It wasn't supposed to be. It wasn't supposed to be, all right? You're supposed to do it today, and then I can react tomorrow.
Best laid plans and all of that. But today we are on to...
Number 2.
Oh, that was weak. Maura.
That was AI.
2.
Yeah, I'm losing it.
Number 2.
I think this bit might be old. We have Matt Pittman back. We can have big voice guy doing this now.
I prefer you doing it. I think don't make excuses because you had an off day.
All right.
So
you're
we
right.
also got a problem. Look at my headset just broke.
Oh no.
Look, yeah.
What'd you do?
I don't know. It just broke. So I
Wow.
have to hold my-
You can fix that.
No. It actually broke.
Like the plastic broke?
Yeah, the plastic.
No. You can
Like
fix
my head's
that.
exploding. Getting ready for this wedding. I'm
head's-
dealing with a momzilla, a bridezilla. I got all these zillas
Dude,
everywhere.
don't say that. That's going to get
What?
back. The Bridezilla thing,
Molly
fine, but
doesn't listen.
don't talk to... No, but someone will tell Molly. You don't need that. Brock's just kidding. Molly's a delight right now. Yeah, I got your back, bro.
So, people don't listen to this show for us to fake the funk, okay? They never have.
I think you should fake the funk on that, man. I would not be
Okay,
too...
let's get to number 2.
Let's not be
Number 2.
overly
Number
honest
2.
about anyone you're calling Momzilla.
Number 2 is Sam Darnold. And right now, Molly and Sam got a lot in common, according to Mike McDonald. Okay, they both got some stuff to them. All right? You missed this yesterday. We played it. I said twice. Maura said 6 times. I don't know. I don't remember when I host the show.
Just saying, you liked it.
You want me to play it again?
I sure do.
All right, here's Coach McDonald on Sam Darnold.
Yeah, he's got some stuff to it. Yeah.
Did that surprise you?
No.
We went against him. We felt it. Yeah, the thing you love about Sam is he's just a dude, man. He's he's like one of the guys. There's a sense of he's one of the guys, so he's right there with him and all the things. But that's him. But there's some shit to him. Like don't mess with him. He's got that edge to him, that competitiveness, and the guys respect that. And he's him. He's not trying to be anybody else, and you got to respect that about him.
He's him. That's what the kids say. So
yes.
He's him. He didn't even mean to say he's
No, he
him.
didn't mean it that way.
He's him. He didn't mean it at all, but it worked. And by the way, we played, I think, 4 different cuts yesterday with the bleeped out S word. Man, that was just flowing. As you were sick yesterday in your
I
darkness,
created
there
an
was a lot
entire
of
segment where all I had to do was censor people.
yeah,
For someone that's
there's
averse
a
to
lot
cursing.
of bleep flowing around. I don't like cursing, but there's a lot of bleep flowing around.
I mean,
and Molly right now and Sam Darnold both got a lot of stuff to them. Got a lot going on with them, Salky.
Okay.
And I think that does come as a surprise. Honestly, I think you look at Sam Darnold, and there is, and Brady hit on this very well, there's this kind of West Coast. I remember when I went to Indy. I remember when one of my first QB rooms sitting in there with Peyton and Tom Moore and a few other guys, and we had another undrafted kid that went to Vanderbilt from the West Coast, and there was this feeling like, oh yeah, man, West Coast, laissez-faire. Just kind of SoCal. You just don't have the intensity and the urgency the guys have when you come out of Florida, Salk, and come out of Texas, and come out of the South, and you come out of the grind, and that there's just kind of a SoCal, Orange County, dress like your flannel, dress just But I don't know, man. That may be the surface.
Mm-hmm.
I don't feel that with Sam. You? I don't feel a laissez-faire. I feel a sense of urgency.
I don't know that I have a sense yet. I don't feel ready to. I don't know yet. I'm not disagreeing with you. I just don't know.
Just from calling his games in college, being around him, being around different people. I never get a sense that I get that from some guys. I actually get that from some Southerners at times. Like, yeah, man, this guy's so easy going. Like nothing riles him. And sometimes as a QB, you need things.
That was kind of the Sam Howell problem, right?
100%. 100%. See that in this UFL with a bunch of these Southern, bro, you need some urgency. Like, you got to have some stuff to you. You got to walk in a room and people do got to feel you and notice you. Now, that is where, as I look at Sam Darnold, what is crystallized for me over this offseason, and we'll get Lyle and Maura's observations, and I think what we're going to talk about a lot when the bullets actually start really flying is how do you deal with chaos? Chase Daniel was on with us yesterday, and part of the reason I think the league and PFF and Gino's getting credit now that he's out of the market is, man, he handled chaos in a muddy pocket really well. Sam Darnold, that has always been through Carolina, through Minnesota. When their struggle is when that pocket gets muddy. Here was Chase Daniel talking through some of that with us yesterday.
I felt shocked, surprised maybe when all this stuff with Geno Smith went down. Look, I know he didn't play up to standard, I guess you would say, last year. He struggled with that offensive line. And if you look at the stats and the nerd stats, and I'm not really into it, but he's one of the best quarterbacks versus like a muddy pocket that the NFL has seen. He's extremely accurate throwing the football. And then you go to Sam Darnold, and you pretty much, it's a one-for-one switch. And I know Sam, and I think he's going to have another good year. Goes back with Clint Kubiak, but he won 14 games last year. And if you look at Sam's really advanced stats around muddy and murky pockets, it's not great. He doesn't do well under pressure. So I think the key for the Seahawks offense, or one of them at least, would be, hey, can we get that offensive line healthy and to play a little bit to a higher standard?
And can we move Sam? Can we get him out of those muddy waters, Salk? Can we run and play action where there is some strength there? Now, I will say, to Mike's point about like feeling Sam Darnold, what did you feel looking back now at that Minnesota game? Can you remember back to your takeaway after that game of Sam Darnold versus the Seahawks in a game the Seahawks had to have? Right, that was that stretch of Minnesota, Green Bay back-to-back. Got to win one of these. If you're going to be a playoff team, you got to win one of these. And they couldn't get either of them. Do you remember your sentiment of Sam?
I don't.
You don't at all, huh?
No. I'm sorry. I don't.
I love you. See, this is why people listen to us. We don't fake the funk. I'm not scared. I'm not scared of Molly. Will I be in the house when she pulls in?
The whole time you were saying this, I was like, I hope Brock answers what I said, because I don't remember what I said. What did I say?
I don't remember what you said. I know what I felt.
Oh, I thought you were trying to get what I said. I thought I said it right. Okay, what did you say?
What I felt was like, ooh, Sam's in a good spot with a great supporting cast. And man, that touchdown throw that he made getting hit right in the face. Remember that? Threw a touchdown in the fourth quarter there.
Why do you keep saying remember that? You know I don't. Why would you even say that to me?
Sorry, I wanted to bring you into this conversation.
Yeah, why does this have nothing to do with me?
Pull up the numbers. That's what
Make
you're
your
doing
own
right
damn
now.
point. Don't bring me into it. I don't remember anything.
Pull up the numbers.
No.
Yes, pull up the numbers.
You
of that
pull up the numbers. I'm not helping you.
Amazing,
You're
guys.
making me look bad.
Good
I'm not trying to make you look
You
bad.
are. You're bringing up my memory. It's very
It's making
unnecessary.
me feel bad, and I'm taking it out on you, and I apologize. I honestly, I felt like Sam in that game was encapsulated. He's a competitive sucker now. And it's not going to be always the prettiest, and he's not going to be as accurate. I don't think he'll be as accurate as Geno Smith.
You want his numbers from that day? He was 22 of 35 with 246 yards and 3 touchdowns.
Yeah, and it was a big one in that fourth quarter when the game was on the line, when it really mattered. And he had a pressure right in his face, and they hit him right in the face, and he threw an absolute dart, right, like a deep over for a touchdown to really win that game. So Sam will continue to be a focal point. Quarterbacks always are in every single market, Salk. It's not a surprise as I count down from number 12 on my list of 12 things to watch, starting with swag to all the different competitions in the rooms. And Clint Kubiak yesterday, Sam's number 2. Probably not a surprise when number 1 is going to be tomorrow as well. We will be talking about Sam and his development and what this version of Sam Darnold we're getting in 2025 will play a big role in what kind of Seahawks team we're getting in 2025.
All right, good stuff. That was number 2. I'm sorry, Brock. I don't even remember that game at all. I have no memory of that game. I was trying to, I went back. I don't remember anything about it.
I remember the Green Bay game. They had no answers defensively.
They played Green Bay last year?
At home.
Josh Jacobs ran all over him.
They couldn't stop the run. They couldn't stop the pass.
I don't know what's happening. Honestly, I can't remember anything. I have zero recollection of those games.
Is Heather still feeding you those pills?
No, she's not. And clearly it's having an effect on me. I don't remember. They played Green. You're telling me they played the Packers last year? No,
Yeah.
I'm joking.
You know
about
what you
that,
need to start taking, honestly? Creatine.
I'm not going to do that. I've taken
think you need
creatine.
to.
I'm not going to do that. I'm sad, but thank you.
So it's the most
I
studied
don't care.
supplement
You know what? We're
on the
done.
market for
We're going to be
50
right back
years.
with things you
It's
actually
good for
need to
your
know
brain.
next. It's Brock
You
and
need to
Salk,
start
Seattle
taking
Sports on 710.
Wyman and Bob, afternoons 2 to 7.
Chance to catch up with Bryce Miller. Appreciated your candor. You were coming out going, man, I haven't felt good. I don't feel good. Was it starting to become a mental thing where you're trying to compensate?
It's a tough game. It's a tough league, whenever you feel good. And you're not always going to feel 100% throughout a season, but it was just, I think I had 8 starts, and all 8, there wasn't a single start where I felt 90%.
Dave Wyman and Bob Stelton, afternoons 2 to 7 on Seattle Sports, the app, YouTube, and your smart speaker.
Hey, Brock Ewart here, and I have had my share of some sports injuries, some broken bones. Things broken in my life, like my headsets right now that are just broken. I know a little bit about discomfort. I know a little bit about pain, but you don't need to be a radio host. You don't need to be a former pro athlete to know what I'm talking about. Painful joints from arthritis can affect anyone and make it hard to do pretty much anything. Well, that is where my friend, Dr. Nelson from Eastside Pain and Regenerative Medicine, right over there in Kirkland, that is where he is there to answer that call. 425-823-4000, 425-823-4000. If you're one of those patients that is suffering from chronic joint pain, you wake up in the morning and everything hurts, don't let pain stop you from enjoying your life. Consider Dr. Nelson, the only doctor with over 30 years of experience in pain medicine techniques. I can say this confidently. Many have jumped aboard the regenerative medicine train here lately, not Dr. Nelson. This has been his passion. This has been his heart way back when we started in medicine, well over 3 decades. So no matter what walks through the door, he's got solutions, including right now stem cell therapy. So give him a call, 425-823-4000, or visit DanielNelsonMD.com. That's DanielNelsonMD.com.
Get 0% financing for 72 months on Cat Compact construction equipment at NC Machinery. Built for performance, durability, and comfort. Buy now and take advantage of 0% financing for 72 months at NC Machinery.
Jaden Schwartz for Techline Roofing. Summer is the perfect time for a new roof. Take advantage of our easy financing, summer specials, and the best warranty in the business. Have a great summer. See you next hockey season. Trust Techline.
You're losing your hair and you simply need a solution that works. You want the best. Modern technology, top-rated physicians, something that's guaranteed to work. Guys, you need world-class Dr. Perungo and his team at Advanced Hair. Advanced Hair has completely redefined hair restoration. From the experience itself to their unmatched results. Receding hairline, bald spot, thinning hair, maybe all three like I had. Get your hair back with Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment that begins to regrow your own natural hair the very next day. Advanced Hair has changed tens of thousands of lives, including mine. And get this, Advanced Hair is once again the winner of the 425 Business of the Year. For your free consultation, call 425-449-8185. Right now, you'll get $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. Refine your hairline with the team that redefined hair restoration. That's 425-449-8185. Or for the before and afters, visit advancedhair.com.
At Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton, experience the power of choice. Whether you're cruising in a fuel-sipping Prius, tackling trails in a rugged Tacoma, hauling with the mighty Tundra, or commuting in comfort with the Camry or RAV4, your perfect Toyota is waiting. Whether you're in the north or the south, they've got you covered. 2 locations, endless possibilities. Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton, the power of choice is yours. Visit their incredible team and beautiful showrooms today or online at toyotaofkirkland.com and toyotaofrenton.com.
Allergy and sinus symptoms are annoying. They're frustrating and can ruin an entire day. They're also curable. I'm Dr. Stern with the Stern Sinus Center. We can free our patients of awful symptoms by testing and treating their allergies to simple, non-invasive treatments. Stop suffering from nasal congestion, sneezing, runny nose, facial pain, and even snoring. Let us help you get relief. Easily, quickly, and permanently. We're local in Federal Way and in Auburn. Come see us or book your appointment at sternsinus.com.
The home of the Mariners.
One hopper snare that short. Had a quick hop by J.P. Crawford. That guy's a magician over there at shortstop.
Seattle Sports.
Download the Seattle Sports app.
At Washington Energy Services, we take the time to get to know you and your home. We have the passion and commitment to see each project through and to treat our work as more than just a job. For over 65 years, we've offered award-winning home services from heating and cooling, plumbing and electrical to windows and doors. Complete home improvement handled from start to comfort. For peace of mind when you need it most, count on Washington Energy Services, bringing good energy to your home.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
This is for all you guys on Viagra. ED pills are no longer needed. The brutal side effects like 4-hour headaches, blurred vision, and that flush feeling can all be put behind you with our treatment. Here at West Coast Men's Health, we have a better approach to ED. Acoustic wave therapy creates blood flow circulation by safely removing the plaque in your arteries and restoring function naturally. Guys, let me be clear. Pills will never fix your problem. Our equipment is the latest technology, and our medical staff is the best in the industry. So give West Coast Men's Health a call today. Speak with our clinic manager. Ask him any question you like, how it works, the science behind it, and even the cost. If you suffer from ED or Peyronie's disease, give West Coast Men's Health a call today. It's not just about better health, it's about a better life.
With clinics in Redmond and Tacoma, call 206-519-6541. That's 206-519-6541. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Another rough one yesterday, Brock, as the Mariners fall again to Arizona. That was 3 straight in the desert, and it looked good here early. I mean, once again, they took a lead. Brian Wu was on the mound. He was pitching pretty well, but you get to the 6th inning, you load the bases, and of course it was going to be Geno Suarez.
He's ready, delivers. Swung on, crossed, left center field. This is way back. It's way back and gone. Eugenio Suarez, a grand slam, and with one swing Arizona has the lead 4-2 here in the 6th.
They'd really handled Gino in the series, too. Like, he was not a threat until that one moment, and he wins them the game. And, baseball is baseball, but sometimes you got to laugh.
Or cry.
Or cry, yeah, maybe a little of
or throw
both.
Something.
Yeah, I appreciated that Julio spoke afterwards and met with the media and was there to be accountable for a team that had just lost 3 straight and has now lost 8 of 9.
It's a tough stretch. I feel like nobody in this clubhouse likes to lose. But I feel like we all know the game of baseball is going to go up and down, and everybody through the season is going to go through stretches like this. So, I feel like everybody is staying, pretty even keel throughout, and just kind of putting one foot in front of the other. I know we have lost a good amount of games, but we can't do anything about that anymore. Just kind of keep moving forward and see what the next one brings, and just bring the best effort and see what happens.
Again, I feel like Julio handles these things very well. I really like what he has to say. He says it perfectly. The only thing, unfortunately, is not everyone in baseball goes through a stretch like this. 11-20 is beyond the pale of what everyone can expect in an up and down season. That goes beyond that, unfortunately.
That's right.
And that's not a criticism of him. It's just sort of the reality of the situation. I love everything Julio said, and I'm really, honestly, it's meaningful to me that he was there to be accountable yesterday. But, yeah, something's got to change because 11-20, losers of 8 of 9, that just can't continue.
Yeah, and in this one, I think there's a little more salt in the wound, not just because of Gino, but because you hit the ball. This is not one of those stretches where the ball's not in play. There's no runners on. There's no traffic. There's no pressure. There's no threats. Like, you had runners galore. You had 40 at-bats in this series with runners in scoring position, Salk. That's 13 a game. Different times with runners in scoring position, you go 5 for 40. And a few of those were just singles that didn't score runs. You go 5 for 40 in that stretch, and it was everybody up and down that lineup that contributed to that, or lack of contribution to where the hits were there, but unfortunately the numbers
not in the right spot. Day off today. We'll see if it's an action day or not. And then home for 6 against the Guardians and Red Sox. Luis Castillo tomorrow. And maybe the best news, honestly, Logan Gilbert should be back on Monday after a tremendous rehab start the other night.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
Playing you guys sound throughout the morning from Mike McDonald yesterday, Brock, as there was another mini camp, their final mini camp practice. They're now done. Veterans won't be out there until July 23rd. Rookies will still have some OTA practices, but yeah, that's a lot. One of the rookies that he was asked about, and I'm interested in anything involving Jalen Milroe. Here's what Mike McDonald said about his young quarterback.
Man, a lot of growth. The whole team's growing. Shoot, I'm growing. You just you see the poise, the fundamental stuff, what we're asking with footwork and timing and reads. I'd actually just said him today on routes on air. I was like, man, how much different does it feel right now compared to 2 months ago? And gave me a big smile. I was just like, man, I just feel great, but you don't just do that just by showing up every day. You got to be really intentional, and we're on record with his work ethic and stuff, and that's really impressive. So he's earned kind of that feeling of confidence right now. He's earned that feeling going into the summer.
And I'd say this too, behind the scenes. Last night at the restaurant, rookies had to perform, had to put on a show, had to talk about their signing bonuses, which is always beautiful. Gray's able $10 million signing bonus that those veterans just love.
Yep.
And I wasn't privy to all the performances, but Jalen got up there. And
he had juice.
Little solo agate, singing along.
Yeah.
Reminded me of yours truly.
I bet.
Ice Ice Baby.
That was very similar.
Back in the summer of '95 in the crew house, where I got everybody engaged, connected. That's what quarterbacks have to do.
Yeah, no, that was pretty cool. And just nice to see that he's starting to earn their respect. And we'll hear a little bit more about practice coming up in a couple minutes from Lyle and Maura.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
I enjoyed the basketball game last night. I watched again. You know what? You guys tell me every year, it's going to be different. And then I watch, and I'm like, nope, it's the same.
ISO, three-pointers, step backs,
the step
ISO,
back threes.
ISO,
That's what it is. It's the step back threes that get me. If I could never watch James Harden play basketball again, I think my life would be complete. But you told me to watch it, so I watched the other day. I watched some of game 2, and it was like, I could watch more. And so I made sure to tune in again last night against my family's strong objection. But I put on the game, and it was great. It was great basketball. It's the best NBA game I've seen in decades. Honestly, probably since 2004, 2005, somewhere in that range. That was the first NBA game I've enjoyed in probably 20 plus years.
Yep.
So cool. I hope there's more of that to come. I hope other teams take that as a sign of them doing more of it. Indiana wins. Halliburton with 22. The bench had 49. I'm ready for Stanley Cup Game 4 tonight. Florida up 2-1. And we'll see if Edmonton can make them play their game instead of playing Florida's game, which has not worked for them. Oakmont, supposedly the most challenging golf course in the world.
It's biting back, Salk. Only 8 guys under par right now.
Well, one of them is J.J. Spawn, who's through 17 holes and is still 4 under. You want the other 7? Thomas Detry, Adam Scott. How about Adam Scott? Ben Griffin, who's been on fire. Gary Woodland, who's a great story. Siwoo Kim, Lanto Griffin, and Thurston
Trevor
Lawrence. Thriston Lawrence. I don't know him. That's Thriston Lawrence. I think he's South African. There you go. That is everything you need to know. We'll give some credit to Ludwig Oberg, Robert McIntyre, and Brian Harmon, the little lefty, who are all at even. Everybody else is above par.
What's our guy Jordan do? What did Jordan and Justin do today?
Not good. I don't think this suits Jordan. So? No, I don't think so. No. I told you, the guy to watch is Sepp Straka.
Straka.
Not strep. He doesn't have strep throat.
Oh, he doesn't?
Sepp Straka.
Sepp Straka.
Watch Sepp Straka.
That guy's volatile now. He could shoot 8 under and he could shoot 8 over. So you sure that he fits this place too? He's got a little Salk front 9, back 9 to him, right? He could,
Big
Salk
boy.
could shoot 2 over.
I will admit, I
and...
watched the whole thing about Oakmont and the type of players that win at Oakmont, and it went through like, okay, you got to be top 20 in the world, you got to do this, you've got to drive this accurately, you've got to do this putting wise, you've got to do this strokes gained approach, and they kept narrowing the field, and it came down to him, and I want to say Russell Henley, somebody else like that, and then it was eventually like, nope, the last thing was putting, and it was Sepp Straka. So I'm gonna just have my eye out for him. I don't know whether he's gonna win or not, but that was that's what it came down to. Sepp Straka. So,
when does he tee off?
10:30, something like that.
Okay.
A lot of the guys don't tee off till later. Colin Morikawa's after 10 o'clock. Scotty Scheffler's in the afternoon group. Sepp Straka is playing with Scotty and Morikawa at 10:25. No, he's not. I take it back. He's on the other side. He's with Tyrrell Hatton. Let's see, Jordan Spieth, 10:14, Brock, as he's playing with John Rahm, which should be entertaining. So yeah, that's all to come.
Little Father's Day U.S. Open.
Yep, Brooks Koepka's usually something interesting to watch at a course like this. All right, you guys ready?
Tidbits and takeaways
from Lyle and Maura. Hopefully, we are not
from
underwhelmed
AIT
when it's all said and done. It's next on Brock and Salk.
4 down territory, going inside the game with former Cougs and Seahawks wide receiver Michael Bumpus.
First down, what's something completely overblown at OTAs?
Interceptions. So when an interception is thrown, all people see is the end result. I don't think they realize that could have been a free play. He's tossing it up, or he's told just to throw the football so the defense gets a look. Kobe Bryant was over the top. Boom, he gets an interception. It can be deceiving at times.
4 down territory every day at 11:15 and 1:15 on Bump and Stacy.
Hey, Mike Salk here for Snoqualmie Casino. Let's talk about what's opening up in August. It's the new hotel. It's going to be pretty phenomenal. I mean, they've done an awesome job with this whole deal. The hotel's going to look great. There's a new expanded gaming floor. There's a 2,000-seat convention center. There's new restaurants that are opening up, a new destination spa, and all of this will be open in August, but they're taking reservations now, so you got to go to snocasino.com. That's right. Seattle's closest is now Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel.
We meet by accident, fixing every last bit, Accurate Auto Body.
If you've been in an auto accident, you have the right to take your vehicle to any repair facility. Accurate Auto Body has been family owned and operated since 1994, and they work for you, not your insurance company. Your insurance company may not love them, but you will, because
We meet by accident, fixing every last bit, Accurate Auto Body.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet, find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
With Progressive Snapshot, you could save on auto insurance rates by driving safely, which is nice because you can just keep doing you. So keep on using that broken phone charger because it occasionally works. Keep quoting something you heard on a podcast as your own. Keep ignoring your sister's texts while you drive and after. And when baggage claim says, have a great trip, keep on saying, you too. And keep driving safely. And you could save with Snapshot from Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Snapshot not available in California or from all agents. Surcharge possible for unsafe driving.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code GREEN to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code GREEN for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code GREEN for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
The secret's out on what Western Washington dads want for Father's Day. A beautiful green lawn that they don't have to mow or water. One they can use to host, play with their kids, and even practice chipping. Synthetic Turf Northwest has your solution. Low-maintenance lawns they'll install anywhere in Western Washington. Take advantage of their Father's Day sale for up to $1,500 off a new lawn, perfectly installed through June. Synthetic Turf Northwest, your green lawn solution. SyntheticTurfNorthwest.com.
Headed outdoors or on the water this weekend? Check in with Joey and Nellie on the Outdoor Line from 6 to 8 a.m. every Saturday on SeattleSports.com.
Emerald Queen Casino Event Center presents the main event. Powered by WFC, Saturday night, June 14th. A night of professional boxing where champions are made and every punch counts. Contenders from the region go toe-to-toe, ready to prove they belong at the top. Tickets at EmeraldQueen.com. Don't miss Fight Night, June 14th at Emerald Queen Casino, the boxing capital of the Northwest. 21 and older, need gambling help? Call 800-547-6133 or visit EmeraldQueen.com.
Hey, it's Dave Wyman with Dr. Mark Wagner, MD from Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine. Dr. Wagner is hosting a free stem cell webinar to explain stem cell therapy.
I'm really looking forward to this live webinar to educate on how using your own stem cells can be an extremely successful method to help regenerate native tissue in rotator cuffs, meniscus tears, and reduce pain in osteoarthritic joints.
And which joints have you seen good success with?
Shoulders, elbows, hips, knees, even wrists and ankles. And in this live webinar, we'll tell you all about the procedure, how simple and safe it is using your own stem cells, and how we determine if you're a candidate.
Dr. Wagner has performed over 20,000 stem cell procedures. Are you in pain? Join him for the free stem cell webinar and learn all about this amazing procedure.
Join Dr. Wagner for his free stem cell webinar Wednesday, June 18th. Register now at drmarkwagnermd.com. drmarkwagnermd.com.
G. Scott here with former Seahawks Cliff Averill and Doug Baldwin. I heard you guys are having a celebrity pickleball tournament to raise money for nourishing champions. Why pickleball?
Obviously, it's a growing sport, but also this model is that we will actually be playing with community.
We are the most competitive people, so regardless of how sorry Doug might be, he will be out there competing like it's a Super Bowl.
Sign up for the Celebrity Pickleball Tournament, open to all skill levels. For details, go to championsofchangefoundation.org/pickleball.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2. Takeaways.
Lyle's ready to get right into it.
He really wants these to be official.
Molly just hung up on me.
She did?
Word got back to her.
I tried to stop you.
You called me Momzilla on the air? You know, it's funny because I just had an interaction with my wife, Brock. I think I've determined this might be the biggest difference between me and my wife. I don't know if this extends to all married couples or just all men and women. I don't know, so I won't make a generalization. We're having some plumbing work done in our house for our shower. So Eric, the plumber's there, great guy. And Heather's out, and so I texted her to let her know that he's already in the house. Hey, Eric's in the house. She wrote back. Well, I didn't get a chance to clean up from breakfast, so hopefully, Heather, who cares? That's where your mind goes? To the dirty dishes? What?
Yeah, dude.
Great. I didn't have time to clean up from breakfast. Hopefully it's not too messy. You think he's judging us based on whether you cleaned up from breakfast?
See, Heather's got a passion for her home. She's made a house a home.
Stop it.
It's her home.
It's my home, too.
But it's hers.
No.
Yes.
It's mine.
All right, tidbits and takeaways. What do we got?
All right, before you do it, Lyle, could you give me a big picture, not a specific takeaway about it? What did you this is the first Seahawks practice you've ever been to.
Yeah.
What did you think of just the whole thing?
Super cool. It just feels different. And maybe that's because the NFL is such a big brand and the Seahawks are such a huge brand. And you've seen all of it from afar and getting to see it in person for the first time. Maybe the newness of it kind of stood out to me in a way. But, just very, very, even for minicamp, intense, and guys are fired up, and the sun being out and the weather being great and being right on the water. I think all of it combined was super cool.
Yeah.
I don't know what about it felt just almost like a bigger deal, and maybe part of that is because it was so new. But it was this really jumps out.
Yeah. Okay.
It's
cool.
first class.
It is.
Very,
Yeah,
very first class. That's a good way to put it.
Yep.
Yeah, it feels very official. Very. Yeah. Like it's a
Definitely.
big deal. I think that's well said.
Yeah.
All right.
Like
What
the Bengals, where you're seeing players have to walk across the street in traffic to get to the facility.
Right.
They have to bring their own key for the master lock to open the chain link fence to get into practice.
Can I get a second jock? Yeah, you can, but $8.99 will be deducted from your paycheck. Thanks.
The facilities are very, very well put together.
Yeah,
There's
it's
no
pretty
doubt.
nice over there. All right, what else did you guys see? Maura, what did you? Let's start with Maura. Give us a takeaway.
Okay, first, the first thing I noticed when they started doing the 11-on-11 drills was, and I guess they might have done some of this last year after talking to someone that worked there, NASA, that, but I think it was in the closed practices. This was the first time I heard this. They were pumping in some heavy crowd noise. I couldn't hear. Normally you hear the defense shouting out a bunch of stuff. I couldn't hear any of that, and they started the 11-on-11 drills with that right off the bat, and they were moving pretty fast, and Darnold hit JSN for a toe tapper right on the sideline that was really good right off the bat, so it just felt like they brought the energy right off the top. Yeah.
Cool.
Can I make a recommendation for the show for all four of us? I know his name is NASA. Can we just say NASA? Because I think if we say NASA, people are like, you guys, why are you talking to NASA?
No, we can't mispronounce his name to make
Yeah, I don't
people
think
feel
that's
better.
Nasser. I'm going to call him Nasser.
Okay. I'm not going to do that.
So the audience doesn't have confusion.
I'm going to respect the man and call him by his name.
I don't think he'd mind.
Well, I don't care. Yeah, I'm going to stick with his actual name.
Maura, you talked to NASA about crowd noise?
I think it's fine to just say his name is NASA.
He works for the Seahawks. He used to be our colleague here, and yeah, he's a great guy.
Yeah.
I think you're on an island on this one on your own, Brock.
Yeah, not going to do that.
Takeaways.
Lyle?
So shout out to Maura about this one because she's been on it for a while, but the single biggest thing that jumped out to me at this practice was Damian Martinez. I mean, I understand that guys don't have pads on yet and you can't tackle and there's only so much you can watch, but every time that guy touched the ball at that practice yesterday, it felt like he seamlessly got into the second level. It felt like he hit the crease with ease. He always recognized where it was. And I mean, sometimes he got even further than that. So what's his role going to be? How much is he going to get worked in year one? We'll find out. But yeah, you
Does
want
he make the team?
Right, exactly. We're going to see. But you want one takeaway from that practice. He jumped out big time.
I mean, yeah, it's definitely hard to tell when no one's tackling, but you see other running backs out there, and he has this kind of fluidity to him, and then he also looks like he has a second gear once he breaks through.
I told you guys, I'm fearful now of everything. We did an AI segment, Salk, yesterday.
Oh, I heard.
I'm fearful of everything with Centel. I'm very fearful now when I go to social media. It's sad what a fearful soul I become on social media. I'm watching something yesterday where I think it's Dove. I don't even know.
Don't listen to that account either.
I don't listen. But he tweeted and said, Shedeur Sanders had the play of the day at Brown's minicamp. He scrambled for a 35-yard touchdown. I'm like, oh, let me watch this play. First of all, he was sacked. Secondly, he was tapped by a linebacker 5 yards in. Third, a safety tapped him at the 20-yard line. And I almost started to respond like,
"Oh no!"
And I didn't.
Thank God.
I didn't. I put my phone down, but I'm like, this is ludicrous.
It's still an account worth following because there's a lot of information there. But don't respond. Don't listen to any of it.
I'm not going to do it.
Yeah, don't do that.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely could be completely different once you get the pads on, but there's
so
some
Lyle,
traits
they're
that
in
you like
yes,
so far.
100%. That's the challenge with the running back is he's getting tapped at like they just can't hit, they can't do anything, and you should look good. Like any running back, frankly. By the way, did you see your boy Debo?
Samuel?
Did you see the video circulating on Debo?
Is he fat? Yeah.
And slow.
I knew that was a problem for poor Debo. He's been gaining weight. Yeah, it's too bad.
So that you can look bad,
Right.
but it's hard not to look good.
All
if
right,
you're
hold on. Can we get to the real story? Let's go to the
Like,
next
again,
one.
that's why I preface it by saying
I know
they're
you
not
did.
in pads or not tackling,
Yeah,
but
we
that's
know.
what jumped
You
out.
did
I
great,
know,
Lyle. You're
I
killing it.
know.
Don't worry about it.
Relax.
Takeaways.
Maura, how was Sam Darnold? How were the quarterbacks?
Sam was up and down. Like I said, I felt like he started off strong in that crowd noise, kind of faster paced session. There was a red zone session with quite a few misses and a near pick that Reek Woolen should have had. He dropped where Marquez Valdez-Scantling got behind him. I don't know why we're not seeing more of Cooper Kupp. I think Lyle was going to mention that too. But from what I've understood, days that I haven't been there has been more. So maybe it's just the things they're working on that we didn't see much of him yesterday. But yeah, the end of practice, they seem to be maybe working on some details because Sam's handoffs and dropbacks were pretty much done in slow motion and everyone just kind of traveled to their spot. The defense wasn't really challenging them. So, I mean, it was hard to judge him on that. But I will say that there was a red zone session where I was like, ooh, this is not great.
And that's what you watched, right, Salk?
Huh?
That's where you were frustrated, right? More some of the interceptions in the red zone when you were watching.
Yeah, and again, it wasn't the red zone, or it wasn't the interceptions.
And outside
I know
of
that got
one drop it, it wasn't picks. It was just not either not hitting people or just having to throw it away.
Yeah, what I saw and what I commented on was not just the interceptions. Those were just a couple. I understand that. I'm not an idiot, despite the many opinions to the contrary. I don't have a great memory, but I'm not an idiot. It was more the tentativeness throughout the practice that I thought was concerning. The picks, whatever. Yes, there were two of them. Yes, there were some bad throws, but okay. I thought it was a tentativeness that I thought was more concerning. Did you see any of that?
I didn't. Did you think so, Lyle?
Not really.
Okay, good. Yeah. So hopefully that was a one-day thing, because that to me was the problem much more than a couple of bad throws.
RZSP, RISP. There's going to be some commonality between our two teams that share Royal Brougham Way. The Mariners with runners in scoring position, it's just been problematic. Red zone scoring position is going to be without DK. Right? I will be very curious how that happens. That's, not necessarily JSN. That's not necessarily Cooper Kupp's strengths, right? Is wide receivers, being big body guys that create their own space, create their own matchup.
It's not really Valdez-Scantling, right? He's more of a deep threat
That's
kind of a
not
guy.
been Noah Fant necessarily throughout his career.
Yeah.
Brady pointed to Arroyo is a real maybe factor to watch it. Count on a rookie in those positions. That will be worth watching this season. Who can create value for themselves down in the red zone.
I did wonder, just because when they got off to that start with the crowd noise session that was faster paced, that I thought he looked better there. If maybe Darnold's going to be a guy that we like better in games than in practices.
Yep. I think that's fair.
Takeaways.
If there's one thing I've learned about Salk since being on this show is he is very, very big on the concept of tell me what you want to go do and then go do it. Mm-hmm. I saw that yesterday at minicamp because what we heard this week was Mike McDonald talking about how they want to use Nick Emanwari in a bunch of different ways and they want to deploy him in a bunch of different places. And yesterday at camp, he was lined up in the box. He was blitzing the quarterback. He was coming off the edge. And it was, look, it's unfair to draw that comp for a rookie who's still going to have a bunch to learn, but it feels like they want to get him into that Kyle Hamilton role one day, and we saw it at minicamp yesterday. It was pretty cool.
Mm-hmm. Nice.
Look
I
good
love
doing
that.
it.
I love that.
Yeah.
That's right up my alley.
He's not signed right now, Salky?
Huh?
You know that he and Arroyo are both not signed?
I didn't know that.
Uh-huh.
Are they going to sign?
Just keep an eye on it. I think the old Texans screwed things up just a little bit, upset the apple cart a little bit. Remember, we talked about this briefly at the time it happened with Higgins, that he got a fully guaranteed deal as the 34th pick in the second round. E-Man Maura is the 35th pick. You know what he wants?
Yeah, some guarantee.
Not some. I'm sure he wants fully guaranteed.
Yeah.
So just do a little something.
All
A little
right.
business. It'll get done.
It'll get
just
done
a little business
eventually.
to keep working.
All right.
This doesn't feel like it's going to be a Shamar Stewart thing, right?
I would be surprised.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like it. He legit left Bengals camp today.
Of course he did.
Like he's not even there anymore.
Maybe he's hanging out with Trey Hendrickson.
What a scene.
You guys got one more?
Yeah, we can go to one
All right,
more.
give me one more.
Takeaways.
I just thought McDonald was asked the other day about the DBs and if they bring a lot of the juice to these practices, and we saw that on display when Darnold threw a deep pass that was in danger of being picked off by Devin Witherspoon, and JSN kind of had to commit some offensive pass interference to break that up. And they threw a flag on it, and Witherspoon and Love were so excited. They were celebrating. Julian Love tried to almost chest bump the referee, which the referee was not having.
No, I believe that.
It was fun. They were yelling and jumping around and screaming. And then also there was a point where Robbie Oots, the rookie fullback, scored a touchdown. And all of a sudden you heard the entire offensive sideline start yelling, "Ooh!" So he already has chants going on.
Nice.
Yeah, it seems like they're having some fun out there.
Yeah. It was.
What did the ref do when he tried to chest bump
He
him?
just stared at him like, "What is wrong with you?"
It was a cool play just because it was the first teamers and it was Darnold throwing to JSN and it was Witherspoon in coverage. And it was cool. One of the things that also jumped out at my first practice at VMAC is exactly how Devin Witherspoon is on TV. You can hear him loud and clear in person. He is loud, he's fiery, energetic. You can tell why he's got a real pulse on that.
He's an energy multiplier.
Yeah, a force multiplier. Good stuff. Good takeaways.
Good job.
Lots of text messages. Let's see. This guy's been on me for nonstop. But wait, Salk, Milroe had an incomplete pass at practice. Make sure to ask coach if Milroe even makes the team. Cup didn't have 9 touchdowns at practice, Salk. Maybe you should ask coach if he's going to make the team. It's gone on and on and on. I love it. Thank you. Yes.
509.
You never, when you asked the question, you never even said it was because Darnold performed poorly.
People hear what they
You
want to
just asked
hear.
if there was a competition.
People
360
hear
or 509.
That's 206, Brock. That's 206 right there.
By the way, Milroe did look really good yesterday too. I think that was one of his best practices. So hopefully making some
I'm
progress.
excited about that. Good. More Milroe, please. I'm excited. All right. I didn't bring my hat in. Hold on.
What?
Play the open. I'll grab my hat, and then we'll hear some trash takes.
Get it together. Y'all look like trash.
Trash takes.
It's a bunch of trash.
Oh, gosh. I thought it was trash.
On Brock and Salk.
That's a terrible take.
Stand by. He's coming in with his hat.
Can the trash master even find his hat?
I've got my hat.
Oh, nice.
Can't do trash takes without my hat. Okay. Phew. All right, what do we got for
Are you out of
trash
breath?
takes this week? Am I out of breath? No.
Sounds like it.
Okay.
Have you sprinted since you tore your hamstring?
Like full sprint?
Yeah, full sprint.
No. I don't feel comfortable doing that. Easy
I
answer.
don't either, though. Do most people full
Right.
sprints on a regular
Good
basis?
point. Thank
if
you,
You're not
Maura.
like training for something.
Right. Also, I'm not
I
going
run,
to.
but-
I doubt I'll ever full sprint again.
Well, maybe Gertie gets in the road. You got a full sprint. Just something happens.
I thankfully
in life
haven't
that
had
you
to
got a
do
full
that.
Sprint.
I haven't had to do that.
Okay. have you half sprinted?
Yeah, I think so.
You have?
Yeah. But I've definitely not full sprinted since. And I don't think I plan. Honestly, the fear of that happening again is too great. I'm gun shy.
Don't touch me, bro.
Dude, it really hurt, and I was afraid of what was going to happen. Thank God it wasn't.
All
worse.
right, here we go. Who wants to go first?
Trash
Who wants to go
takes.
first?
Brock, why don't you go first today?
I'll go first. You just mentioned his name. And I don't care what the Bengals are doing. I really don't. They're cheapskates. And there's a way to go about that. Like, hey, man, talk to my agent. There's just some things being asked of me that, have not been asked. But there's a way to do it. And then there's a way to say, what Shamar Stewart said. It's pretty trashy, Shamar. Gotta be better.
We all agree Trey will be right? But technically, he's still 1% wrong for being under contract. So, in my case, I'm 100% right. So it should be a no-brainer. And in Trey's case, I think it should be a no-brainer too. I mean, he led 17.5 sacks for 2 years back-to-back. If I was the GM or I was the owner, take all my money. But I guess they don't operate like that. But
what? Can you somebody explain the first part of it?
He's trying to say Trey Hendrickson is under contract and he's not showing up, so I guess he's at least 1% wrong, even though he's trying to get a new deal.
But since
I'm
he's
100%
not under
right because I'm not
contract.
under contract.
Right. Real smart to bring up Trey Hendrickson's
I don't know
business.
what's wrong with that take. That sounds brilliant. Brock, you're finally in the running for trash takes. You're finally in the running.
If I was the owner GM, I'd just give him all the money. Just stop talking, please.
Dude, that's pretty funny.
Just go away.
That one's good. All right, that's a great start for trash takes. Lyle, you like the 2 spot. What do you got?
I saw this clip from The Herd the other day where I wish I could find the sound, but I'll just read it because I wrote down what Colin Cowherd said.
Okay.
And he said that Aaron Rodgers is playing football this year not for personal legacy. It's not for money. It's not for any of that. It's for his love of the game. His love of the game has brought him back to football, brought him back to the Pittsburgh Steelers, and that is why he's returned to the NFL for yet another season.
Without sound, I call a lie. I mean, without sound.
Yeah, you're going to have to prove that.
I also have a Colin Cowherd, Aaron Rodgers takeaway, so that's amazing.
Jeepers.
That has to be a lie. That's not true.
I don't believe that, Lyle. You've been sent held.
Have you been sent held?
I've not been sent held.
I don't believe it.
Why couldn't you find the sound?
Not sure.
If I don't hear it, I don't believe it.
I can look for the sound if you want.
No, you've been searching.
You should have already done that.
All right.
All right.
Maura, what do you got?
Mine is, like I said, on Colin Cowherd. He's giving the reason for why things aren't going to work with Aaron Rodgers, and I just disagree with this this explanation.
Okay.
Quarterbacks can be a lot of things in the NFL. They can be small, Kyler Murray. They can be old, Brady was. They can be unorthodox, Phillip Rivers. But they can't be weird. Even if you're quirky, go be a kicker. Aaron Rodgers was the Steelers' third choice. They wanted Matt Stafford, and they wanted to keep Justin Fields. Rodgers had major interest playing for the great play caller, Kevin O'Connell. Not interested. So all these secret marriages and ayahuasca and darkness retreats and passive-aggressive nonsense and conspiracy theories, weird doesn't work because weird is unpredictable.
I don't think weirdness is his problem. I think it's being a condescending jerk and not playing as well as he used to. And also, you can be a quarterback and be weird. Look at Brock.
Well, you are weird, but I mean, you weren't the most successful NFL quarterback.
Oh, man, trash takes is just shots fired at Brock.
Well, I'm not firing a shot. Who do you think fired a shot, me or Maura?
Oh, Maura stabbed me in the heart.
By calling you weird?
I thought you would say you were weird.
I think you would
didn't
kind
think
of
was
say that as well. I feel like that was all kind of right on point.
I'm sorry, Brock. I thought you would say that yourself. You tried sometimes on this show to come on and say weird things.
Didn't you
Maybe
talk
as a
about
radio
virgins
host,
yesterday and like
maybe as a radio host I was weird. I don't know if I was weird as a quarterback.
No?
It just hurts.
Oh, okay.
I just don't think that's what Aaron Rodgers' problem is.
All right.
Maybe me playing dunk Nerf basketball in a jockstrap. I don't know. Was that weird in the locker room? Maybe.
Do you think quarterbacks can't be weird, Brock?
I think that's a bad take.
Yeah.
I think that's a bad take.
All right, so let the trash master go to work here on your 3 bad takes. All 3 of them are great this week. Great job by all 3 of you. Maura, I'm sorry, I'm going to eliminate you first. Not really through any fault of your own, but just the other 2 were better. I don't know what to say. Like, yours was good. The other 2 were just better.
Fair enough. I didn't feel like it was my strongest.
Yep. So I appreciate that is a bad take from Cowherd, but whatever.
Who's the weirdest best quarterback? Have there been
Aaron Rodgers.
I mean, was Russell Wilson not weird?
Yeah.
Wasn't Jim McMahon kind of weird? I mean, he
Very
wasn't the best
weird. Wasn't a great quarterback.
Russell was kind of.
Russell was weird.
I'll have to think a little bit on that one.
Okay.
Really good, weird quarterbacks.
Yeah, good, weird.
Yeah. So I'm going back and forth on Brock's and Lyle's. Both are real trash takes. Here's the thing, which we did at 8 o'clock. Lyle, your take was more trash than Brock's, but because there's no proof of it, I can't give you the win.
All right.
Thank you.
Colin Cowherd saying that Aaron Rodgers is playing for the love of the game is patently absurd in every way. It's insanity. There's no way that's true. That's 100% off. If that was true, he would have signed months ago. How could you possibly make that argument? It's truly one of the craziest things I've ever heard. But I have to assume, because Colin's a smart guy, that there's more to that story that you're not telling me. And because you didn't give me the actual sound of it, I refuse to believe it, so I'm sorry. You cannot win Trash Takes this week. The award goes to, amazingly, back from the dead, Brock
Brock's been waiting
Heward.
for this one.
That Shamar Stewart sound is insanity. So funny, though.
There's a reason he left camp. You think there might be a reason he just left?
I love him. He's my new favorite player. Totally nuts.
By the way, a great meme going around on social media, again, where I'm very fearful, was Aaron Rodgers throwing in slow motion, and it said, "This should be a Cialis commercial."
That's really funny. Cam Newton's a good suggestion.
Yeah,
Weird.
he was very eccentric, very odd.
Again, can anyone possibly...
Someone saying Jim Zorn?
Oh, the Z-Man was eccentric with a
Yeah.
capital E, no question.
And really good.
I didn't get to see him play, but Wyman used to have Dave Craig call in. He seems like an
he's-
eccentric guy.
He is. Yes.
It was always a wild ride, those interviews.
100% fact.
I mean, can anyone top Rodgers, though? Like, you just consider talent versus weirdness. Like, Rodgers,
Different kind of weird.
I mean, Rodgers is probably, like, when you look at the ratio, maybe the greatest thrower of the football ever, compared with he is now probably on a Mount Rushmore for, like, weirdest players ever in the NFL.
I mean, Joe Namath was considered pretty
in
out
his
there
day.
for his time.
Well, and then it got weird. He
Yeah.
definitely got weird later.
Yeah.
Ask poor Susie Colbert. I think she'd call it weird.
Can I kiss you?
Oh, Bradshaw, someone says, yeah.
The Jets are struggling. Lyle, I'm sorry that you'd never heard of the Beach Boys until today. That was definitely the most bizarre part of the day. Brock, you
When
missed
did that happen?
Right before you came on, I gave a little ode to Brian Wilson. Lyle said, "Who's that?" I said, "He was in the Beach Boys. He started the Beach Boys. So the genius behind the Beach Boys." Lyle said, "I don't know who that is." I can't even.
Salk was heartbroken.
Yeah, you can't write that.
What do you think I did? Like, spent my whole life growing up hanging out with a bunch of old people? No, I did not listen to
I
the
don't think
Beach
it matters.
Boys.
It doesn't matter. You don't have to listen to the Beach Boys to know who they are. All right, we got to go. We got to go. Brock's going to be in tomorrow. We're going to rank things and be in honor of Ryan Roland Smith and the Kangaroo Court. We'll take phone calls. I think G will be in. I don't know. We got a lot to do tomorrow. We'll see you at 6. Until then, the hay. See you, everybody.
Get to the chopper!
Fourth down territory. Going inside the game with former Cougs and Seahawks wide receiver Michael Bumpus.
First down, what's something completely overblown at OTAs?
Interceptions. So when an interception is thrown, all people see is the end result. I don't think they realize that could have been a free play. He's tossing it up, or he's told just to throw the football so the defense gets a look. Kobe Bryant was over the top. Boom, he gets an interception. It can be deceiving at times.
Fourth down territory. Every day at 11:15 and 1:15 on Bump and Stacy.
At Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton, experience the power of choice. Whether you're cruising in a fuel-sipping Prius, tackling trails in a rugged Tacoma, hauling with the mighty Tundra, or commuting in comfort with the Camry or RAV4, your perfect Toyota is waiting. Whether you're in the north or the south, they've got you covered. 2 locations, endless possibilities. Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton, the power of choice is yours. Visit their incredible team and beautiful showrooms today or online at toyotaofkirkland.com and toyotaofrenton.com.
IRG Physical and Hand Therapy doesn't just treat injuries, they elevate athletes. From weekend warriors to elite competitors, IRG Sports Institute clinics are built for performance, blending top-tier physical therapy with advanced sports science and personalized training plans. Hey, Brock Heward here with Shannon O'Kelly, physical therapist and owner of IRG Physical and Hand Therapy. Why? Why elevate athletes as well?
Because here at IRG, Brock, our motto is we want you to be your best self, your best physical self, your best mental self, and your best community self. At our new IRG Fremont Sports Institute, we're providing that type of care. We've got the latest equipment, the greatest techniques, the providers there that are excited to get you better, Basically, bigger, faster, stronger. Doesn't matter if you're a weekend warrior, a recreational athlete, an elite athlete, we will make you to be your best.
You'll work with specialists who understand the grind because they've been there. With access to cutting-edge equipment and recovery techniques, you won't just heal, you'll come back stronger. Visit irgpt.com, irgpt.com.
Calling all contractors and equipment operators. The James G. Murphy Auction Company rolls out this month one of the biggest heavy equipment auctions of the summer. On the block, find an incredible collection of heavy equipment, contractors' equipment, and vehicles, like a 2004 John Deere 400C rock truck, a 2010 John Deere 450D LC excavator, a 2001 John Deere 650H LT dozer, and a 2014 Kenworth T800. In contractors' equipment, we have attachments, live edge and dimensional lumber, contractor tools, even a wheel wash system, and much more up for bid. Whether you're building roads, moving earth, or running a construction outfit, we got what you need. Bidding is underway now and closes at 10 a.m. June 19th. Preview all items June 17th and 18th from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. at our location in Marysville, 3803 136th Street Northeast. For pictures and details of all items, visit murphyauction.com. That's murphyauction.com.
Cracked windshields happen, and if your car has a forward-facing camera, it needs to be recalibrated. All-Star Auto Glass is the professional choice for windshield replacement, repair, and recalibration. Call All-Star Auto Glass today.
Stop Bugging Me Pest Control. This summer, don't let stinging insects ruin your outdoor fun. Wasps, hornets, get rid of those stinging pests. Call Stop Bugging Me Pest Control and leave everything to us.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
Are you really that different than the rest of us?
We are. As a fiduciary, we always focus on what's best for our clients.
What services do you offer besides investing?
We have a team of specialists in financial planning, estate planning, and more.
Your clients rely on you for all that?
Yes, we ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Okay, but you still sell commission-based products, right?
No, because we believe that's a conflict of interest. We prioritize service over sales goals.
So, then how do your fees work?
We have a simple and transparent fee that's a percentage of our clients' portfolios. So we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, we're more different than I thought.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at fisherinvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Hello, Seattle. It's your friendly neighbor, the T-Mobile Park roof. From up here, I can see it all. Folks pouring in from the street, the sun setting over the sound, the roar of the crowd as Luis Castillo pumps his fist, and the joy of the J-Rod squad as Julio snares a deep fly ball at the wall.
He reaches up with a leap and he makes the catch!
And all the faces smiling with every perfectly grilled hot dog and swirl of soft serve. When the final out's made, I'll be right up here, lighting the W and soaking it all in. Mariners baseball. Try it inside.
Father's Day weekend is officially on deck, and T-Mobile Park is the perfect place to celebrate. Bring Dad out to a ball game as the Mariners take on the Guardians tomorrow through Sunday. And on Father's Day, the first 10,000 dads 21 plus will score a pair of socks thanks to Muckleshoot Casino Resort. Get your tickets now at mariners.com.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
Pacers have taken a 2-1 series lead in the NBA Finals after beating the Oklahoma City Thunder 116-107 last night. Game